Hey everybody, welcome back to a brand new live stream. Today we're going to be jumping into a whole new image as per usual. This one's going to be a little intensive. It's a little big of a render. It's a little big of a challenge. But we're going to be creating this new image from scratch. I created this image yesterday in Midjourney. So let's turn off the volume here so I don't hear myself talking. That's going to be annoying. But yeah, it's going to be a brand new image, and we're excited to jump into it today. How was your guys' week? How's everything going? Dropped out the new teaser trailer in the middle of this week. If you guys haven't checked that yet, go watch that video. I know a lot of you have watched it, so that's awesome. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back, Lancey boy. Welcome. We're going to be starting a new image today, and it's going to be kind of fun. I created this reference image inside of Midjourney, so that way we can recreate it in 3D. I think this will be a fun time. So this is the image that is in question here. It's going to be the wizard tower, the forbidding wizard tower thing. We've got this nice creepy walkway that's going up to it with some snow that's sitting on top of it, and then a nice cool moon in the background. A little intense of a shot to do in one sitting, but we're going to do our best. I think we got some fun, cool things planned for the snow and having different aspects of that. So let's jump right on into it, because this is going to be a long stream otherwise. I am using Blender 402 today, so that is a new upgrade for me. I will say in this version of Blender, I don't have Botanic installed yet, so I may need to get that. Let me know, is my audio in sync or is it like out of sync or anything like that? Sometimes I have to select this real quick. I'm just gonna do that because that actually fixes it if it's out of sync. I just never can tell if it's out of sync. I'm doing well, bud. I reached 18,500 followers on my whoa, that's crazy. 18,500. That's a lot. How do you get that many followers? How do you get it? You're just posting consistently? That's the goal here. I mean, we hit 500 subscribers, you know, like we're working our way to 18,000. That's a lot of followers. Congratulations, dude. I'm gonna delete the cube here. Oh my god. This is my actual first time in Blender 402, so if this may be a bit of setup and stuff, I don't know. Grab Y. There we go. Okay. This is crazy. I do 3D model designs for computer games. That's really cool, dude. That's awesome news. Well, congratulations. My goal is eventually to hit 18,500 subscribers. It's just, you know, it's a bit of a process. Oh, but the camera's looking up at this. What am I doing here? Probably something like this. And we're all just eyeballing it here. We don't actually know what we're doing. I think that should be fine. And then let's go ahead and delete that. I'm thinking our best bet here is Face Builder head. What is that? Like Face Builder, like the Keen Tools app? Do I have Keen Tools installed? I do have Keen Tools installed. Interesting. We don't need Face Builder. But that's crazy. I didn't realize. I must have had that in, because I think I was using Blender 3.4, but I had 3.6 and then imported my settings for 3.6. So actually, before we get started here, let's actually hit the save button. I'm all over the place today. I almost was running late with this live stream too. Let's see, we're going to create a new folder called scripts that we will save this in. Let's put today's date down, 01/13. So you do 3D model designs. Do you post renders of those, or do you post just the 3D models themselves, or what is the process like with having a page like that to run it? I'm going to install a plugin Ant Landscape. There it is, landscape. And then We can customize a lot of this ourselves, but you can use noise levels here to adjust things with the ant landscape. So let's see. Probably fine with the subdivisions. We're probably going to do a lot of sculpting ourselves anyways. I'm probably fine with this as the default size and all that stuff. I'm just going to scale this upwards. My work on a PlayStation, Xbox, Apple. Oh, cool. So you said, so it's for game design. What's any specific games that I've heard of? Also, shoot me a link in the Discord. Which, by the way, for anyone new here, we have a Discord. The link is, oh, it's not in the description. 1 second, I just realized that. Let's grab that and then put that in the description of this video. I completely forgot. It's not part of my copy paste that I do. But we do have a Discord, guys. It's just not in our current setup. Let's see, let me mute that. By the way, has YouTube for anybody else been super buggy lately? Like, I feel like everything is just so laggy. I even changed from Chrome browser to Brave browser because I cannot stand how laggy this whole thing is. Like, it's crazy. I load a video and it won't let me change the sound settings on it for like a second, like a solid second or so. And I don't know why. All right, edit the description of this video here. Resources, join the community, and Discord link. Boom. Perfect. Join the Discord, guys. How do you do that? Join the Discord. Boom. There you guys go. Sorry. Enough advertising. We're get back to this mountain here that we got going on. Farming simulator. Oh, cool. Ben, one of the moderators, actually I think plays farming simulator. So I wish he was here. I don't know if he's actually here right now, but that's really cool that you worked on so you work on like all the models for farming simulator, or how does that work exactly? Do they outsource like specific stuff, or I know like with some bigger jobs they do things like that where they'll have specific artists do like different parts and different aspects of the whole thing. I'm gonna kind of use the elastic tool here and we can grab everything out and kind of get the shape that we're going for. Just select this whole side here if we can and stretch everything out. There we go. Perfect. And we can smooth everything on the top as well, but overall we're just trying to get this shape down that we want from our image, and then from here we'll have to build the stairs on top of it. So getting that image to kind of like map correctly is ideal. Flatten the top of this here. Yeah, I myself have not played Farming Simulator. There's a lot of good simulator games out there, I feel like. I feel like simulator games are just so grindy, and personally, I don't want to grind. I just want to get on a game and play it, and then that's that. The grind is more so me playing the game over time and getting better at it. I feel like that's the kind of grind I like, versus the kind of grind where it's like, oh, well, you don't get the cool weapons until you actually play the game a bunch. It's like, well, I want the cool weapons right away, but I may not want to be good at the game right away. Maybe that's the thing that takes time. I think that's the kind of grind I like, is the stuff that takes a little bit longer to get good at. How's that looking for the kind of like top here? We'll have to add in our kind of like rocky textures as well. I'm thinking though, so the entrance here, we're gonna need this to be lifted up a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Kind of doing that a little bit there. So how about that? How does that look? Okay, great. But yeah, I mean, this week's been fun. We released our teaser trailer in the middle of the week, which got some great responses. And I'm working on a fun little extra thing. I don't know if I'm going to release it, if we're being honest. But I thought it would be kind of cool to make a vertical version of the trailer. So you know those Instagram videos. There was like on TikTok and all that stuff. They it was like what's it called? Star Wars but vertical, or Dune but vertical, like that kind of a thing. I thought it'd be kind of cool if I made my entire teaser trailer for my film vertical. So I've been going through like every single shot and doing set extension work and trying to make it a vertical image, which, by the way, those like things that are like on TikTok and stuff, they're not like, they're vertical, but they're using like still shots where the camera's not moving, so they're able to extend the top and bottom pretty easily. And so all my shots are not like that, however, and so it requires quite a bit of compositing work. It's pretty crazy. If I do end up releasing it, I'd probably make a YouTube video talking about the process that went into making it, because it was quite interesting what I had to do some of the shots. There are some that are pretty dang janky though. Sent you some pics in Discord Messenger of what I make. Okay, I'll check that out. Obviously after the stream, but yeah, I'll check that out. So when you're making game assets, do you have, what like is the file format? I've never actually worked with game assets. I imagine it's probably just like FBX, right? And then standardized maybe like UUID kind of like shading textures, or is there like a specific method to the madness? Like that there. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm kind of creating a bit of a walkway here that's going to be, it's not going to be the exact same as our image here, but you know, I do need a little bit more of a cleft area here that's going to work for us. Might inflate. Is that what do I need to do? Lift this section up? Probably not inflate. It's going to balloon it a little bit too much. But yeah, my Monday and Tuesday getting that teaser ready were like, that was a bit of a process. I'm having to put stuff in Substance. I use FBX, but the game has its own exporter from Blender. Oh, cool. So I imagine you're working with like a team that probably has standardized methods for everything. Makes a lot of sense. I imagine when working with like large groups of people on things like that, you probably do have your own plugins and stuff like that that kind of just work. So that way you don't have to worry too much about. So wait, did you get all your followers? Oh, I like that actually. Did you get all your followers from just like posting farming simulator models? It's quite interesting. Say, I think that's good there. I'm going to set up the entrance now. Let's scale this down. Yeah, we'll just create a cube right now of like what's going to be roughly the shape. And do mirror. I feel like, let's see, object set origin to 3D cursor. And that should work just fine. And then some thought actually this week has gone into yes, bud, I'm in the middle of trying to make a VR game. Oh, cool. I know I was following like some different VR creators that have worked on some fun stuff lately. I saw Peter Francis posted like a devlog video the other day of some VR stuff, which I thought was super cool that he got into doing that. Does that, like, it'll just stick like that? We're probably not gonna, okay, so we need the rock to kind of come out and meet this area, I think a little bit more. I'm also gonna select our camera here, and then we'll set the viewport pass through. Let's do that real quick. To nothing. That way, can't really see through it. Probably also gonna make stairs that kind of lead up to this section as well. Let's turn off the floor. Let's give it a little range. And then we'll have the mountain kind of meet this as well. We'll go back into sculpt mode. And I'm thinking maybe we add in a multi-resolution as well. I'm gonna have to get used to double clicking on that. And then using the elastic deform. Kind of just reach this like area for the cave to like entrance to be. And then we can burrow into it with our sculpt tool as well. VR though is like a whole different like area of game design, which you have to be very efficient. Is my voice dropping out, or I don't know, like dropping out audio wise? I could double check that in a second. Or am I just talking quieter? Maybe I'm just talking quieter, I don't know. Draw sharp, there we go. That way we could draw some of our crevices into this thing. Make it a little more rocky, less blobby. We don't like blobby, we like rocky. Just making it a little more organic. I think that works nicely. Like that right there. Just kind of like goes down. Just create like a bit of a sharp edge here as well. And then let's kind of create this bottom here before we crevice that in too much. Let's just make it so it just feels more like shaped around a little bit better. A little bit higher actually. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. And that way we don't have to worry too much. I think now the idea is going to be getting this area here to just go straight in. And we can do that by using this inflate tool, but then having a negative on it. And then that way it kind of pushes it in. And then we could create our little tunnel. We don't have to go too far, just far enough for the camera. I'll try talking a little bit louder if maybe my mic is having issues or something. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, that's fine. We'll use the negative instead. Just make ourselves a tunnel. The tunnel into the mountain, which goes up to the wizard tower. We'll just increase the strength now, I think, and then I'm gonna have to smooth out like kind of, ooh, not that. And then we'll create some crevices on the inside here. We can also use the remesher tool to kind of like get more texture just like on a specific area. That'll allow us to have more detail where we need it to be. I think that's good. To be honest, I've never used the remesh tool. I don't do much sculpting on like a daily basis. Multi-res displacement smear. I think there should be a multi-res option, right? If not, I know there's a tool over here. Sorry, not multi-res. We're looking for a remesh. There it is. Remesh. But do we want to remesh everything or just like specific area? I think... we could use the... I just think we'll just subdivide for right now. Okay, fantastic. And then we'll use the sharpen tool here, and then we can kind of create like a lot of our little rock crevices as well. I'm going to use the plus version of it, and then that way we can add in some of our lines. There we go. Yes. Kind of just make that feel natural on the inside. thinking, yeah, from camera view here, I think that's all you're really going to see. We don't need too much over there. And now just kind of like this walkway that's leading up to it. We're going to kind of go down here. Probably want this front area to be a little bit further down. And then it's kind of turned this direction. So it goes up this way and then into it. I think that should work just fine. Let's go back to object mode here, and then we're going to set the display level to be at 2. We don't need 3 because that's only the smaller extra details that we're adding into it. And then honestly, the rest of the rock surface we can create with the displacement map. So we don't need that right now. Just have this go all the way down into the rock surface. Well, it's definitely built into it. And then sculpt mode. We need to grab this edge here and then just make sure that it's definitely firmly built into it. Don't want to lose that. I think that's good. All right, we might need to clean up around the corners here for the tunnel, but let's work on some of the stairs here. I think we could probably keep them at least like pretty shallow. Probably something like that should be good. I'm gonna also kind of bevel this just a little bit. We don't need to get super crazy with it. And then we're going to keep everything in like the exact same object file here. So let's just do this. Let's go up a little bit. Oh, you know what? Just realized we don't really want to rotate this. Not in edit mode. Yeah, there we go. Because we're not face on, so let's just do that. I'm going to create everything just as cubes right now, and then we can later change it to be beveled and adjust that accordingly. So I'm just kind of do this. That's the rock surface, so if we just keep duplicating outwards, I'm just going to kind of follow this natural path down, I think. It's kind of what we're going to go for here. I do want these to be like shallower steps. I don't want it to be too... Yeah, great. I think a little bit further even, something like that. What the there we go. And then we'll have to clean up some of that rock on top because we're going to want the snow to be even on top of that. Oops, do not play that back. How does the curve look like on this? Just turn slightly, I think. Probably do median point there, yeah. And then just kind of manually rotate this a bit. And then we'll add in bevels to every bit here as well, since we'll be doing that. Probably do that even in the modifiers. Just rotate that a little bit. And then have that go down as well. Kind of just continue this path as we're going. I'm so over this cold weather though. I'm starting to want it to warm up. I don't know. I feel like, and you know, I'm in California, so just like it hasn't even been cold that long. It's been cold like a couple weeks. I'm like, can we get out of this, please? That's why I'm creating a render about a cold location. That's right. Oh dang, already got the secret entrance done. Yeah, I'm just trying to block everything out. It's not super fancy yet. It's just a work in progress, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Welcome, Ben, by the way. Hey, this Atlantic Boy guy says he worked on Farming Simulator. Do you play that? I was just saying that, like, if anyone's played it, I feel like it would be a you. You know me. I haven't played it. I only play the greatest game of all time. That's why. Oh geez, I think I'm gonna have to go to, yeah, that's fine. We'll duplicate this, rotate it around, and just keep the steps going. I do like that they're not straight. It makes it feel less CG in a way. I do kind of want to get into geometry nodes. That way I can add like these like cool like mystical like designs and stuff to this archway rather than manually adding it in there like what I'm going to be doing. Oh, do they have... They do not. I'm just going to have to customize this a little bit better. This should be an entrance to a video game like thing. I've almost made a few video games because I've wanted to get into it. It's just they take a lot of time, man, to code everything. It's like it's a big effort. Yeah, this is all not visible anyways. We may want the camera to be in a different position, so we'll look at that here in a second. Let's do that as like kind of like the bottom piece here. I almost want the camera to feel more like it's at the entrance of the of this thing, right? And then we change like the perspective of it to be like a 40 or a 35. Let's see, 35, yeah. Maybe a little smaller. That's fine. I can see that working a lot better. We just now need to build the, ultimately it just needs to feel a little closer, I thought. Let's fix the sculpting here so that way it's not over the stairs too much. Do that by saving first and then going into sculpt mode. And kind of using this elastic tool, bringing down the environment around it. Kind of fix everything here. Overall, just kind of making the stairs a little bit more separated from the stone. we get this like small bit here to be a little bit lower? I think that's good. Nice. And now for the sides here, just kind of want to lift up specific areas. That way it feels not so floaty. I mean, I know I can bring the stairs down, but I don't want them to be too high up compared to the outside rock. So I might just lift up everything around it like that. That way it just feels more aligned with the rock surface. And then we'll have to sculpt back in some of the detail on the rock. Which, by the way, we could probably get a brush to do that, like a specific brush. I like that. I'm thinking we're gonna miss these like, oh, well, I guess they do go all the way up. Let's look into adding some of that detail. I mean, they don't have like a rock sculpting brush, and I don't currently have Blender Market installed, do I? Blender ID authentication, what the hell is that? Stores your Blender ID credentials for usage with other add-ons? Interesting. I don't know, I didn't know that existed. You learn something new every day. I'm going to kind of put these, we have these tiny little areas that will have the lights going up the section on, so let's add those in. Then we'll bevel these also later, but like for right now, just kind of having this in here will be nice. I'm going to add in some edge loops as well. And I don't want these top pieces selected, so we'll just do that. And we don't want the bottom pieces selected. But what I do want to do now is have just these outside edges selected. Can extrude those, scale those outwards. I'm going to scale them down on the z-axis just to be a little smaller, and I think that will look nice for like our torches that are going to be going up the side here. I'm also going to add in a bevel so we can just smooth everything out a little bit. Just scale up the, well, we'll add in a little more segmentation to it. If we scale up the amount, or is it the angle that we want? I don't know. Either way, kind of fine with that. And then from here, let's add in a subdivide surface. I like how you can just start typing. I didn't know you could do that. That'll just smooth everything out. We'll shade it first. I almost wonder if we put that before. Is that closer to the torch look that we want? Maybe. It makes it feel a little more like a stick. Let's do that. I like it. I'm just gonna apply everything. And on top of this whole thing, I'm gonna add in a UV sphere. Just scale that down. What do candles look like in real life? I feel like that's the secret here. Can someone in the comments tell me how I can put my procedural leather, add my normal maps together in Blender shaders? Like, do I need a mix node? Okay, I'm gonna let someone else try to answer that question before I get to it, because we're not in shading right now. If you do wait in a little bit, I can answer your question once we get into shading, but I'm sorry, I just want to finish up the sculpt first before we get to that. Lancy Boy might be able to help you with that. Also, join our Discord. There's a lot of great artists on there. Discord's in the description. Also, the link that I posted above here in the comments. And there might be somebody there that can help you with some of your questions. I'm thinking, let's go ahead and smooth this out a little bit more. That might work. What does that look like? I like that. Let's just kind of smooth this out a little bit more. I don't like what's going on with it. Is it... Let's try again. This time I'm going to add in a cube. Just scale the cube down. That's why Minecraft had everything in cubes, right? It's because you can customize everything better. Add in a subdivide surface. Let's see. Call mark, and then I'm gonna just make it a 3. And if we take, yeah, it looks so much better. Who knew? Probably bring that down a little bit as well. And then on top of this whole thing here, we could actually probably, let's duplicate it, move it up on the Z-axis, and then scale it down again. And that's going to be our candle. Our cute little candle, which we do actually have, if you want to add texture, you use the normal map. Yep. And then we actually do have action VFX candles that we can add into these things as we're going up. So we could put like legit little candles. I'll probably, let's keep this little stem here. I'm going to scale it down though. It's just a little extra detail, honestly. And then from here, after our subdivide surface, let's add in a displace. Create a new material that we can add into our textures here, and we'll do, whoops, we'll swap this over to like magic, because this is a magical thingy thing, right? Let's change the turbulence here to be much larger. And then if we go over to our settings here, we can do 0.01. Let's do 0.1. Oh, I like that, yeah. Adds a little bit of deformation to it. Let's do 0.2. It's a wax candle. I'm going to also add in a displace to this guy here. If we hit new texture, I'm also going to be swapping this from image to something like, let's do marble. It's probably closer to what we want for like wood. And then we can change our size to be a lot smaller. And, but thank you so much, Lancy Boy, for getting back to him on that. And then let's do 0.1. Oh, that looks nice, because it just, I'm gonna have that as like a wooden texture as well. So just like nice little candle on the top here. Offset that a little bit. There we go. And these will be candles that will lead all the way to the top of the walkway. I think that works nicely. Let's apply our displacement that we have. Actually, I almost don't want to apply the displacement yet. Let's just duplicate everything manually ourselves, because I want the displacement to be different on each stick. So let's go ahead and just manually do this. And should we have them on both sides or just the one? I guess it will be both sides, but kind of like almost every other. Something like that should do. Yeah, that way it's not too consistent. I'm just trying to create something a little more natural, as if while they were walking up the path, they just shoved these into the ground. And then over here as well, I'm gonna just go straight down, I think. I think that's good. One more for safety down here, since we're gonna see like barely it. I don't think you're gonna see it once we hit the comp, because we're gonna stretch everything to the sides outwards. But I think that works good there. Let's also just, while we're doing this, I probably should have duplicated these while I was doing it, but it's fine. Stick these candles on the top. and slowly just add all of these candles in. And once we do this, we'll add materials onto all this stuff. This needs to be like a waxy material. Probably, I definitely should have duplicated this with it, but it's fine. It's fine. We don't need to be efficient around here. There's no rush. It's only the fact that we're trying to do this on a live stream. Here's what we'll do though. For this texture.01, we can go in here and we can say new texture, so it'll be texture 02. And texture 02 will be selected here. So if we adjust the turbulence of this, it'll move everything over, but it'll only change it on this one pole. And we kind of want to do that for every single one of these here, because we don't want any of them to be the same. So overall, just change that, adjust the turbulence. Take this guy, and then again, go to here, and then adjust, or create a new material, and adjust the turbulence. We'll go, oops. Just kind of creating random numbers as we're going along here. Thinking this one here, let's take this guy, adjust the turbulence a little bit, and then this guy, let's just rotate him. Probably get away with that. I think now they'll all look slightly different. And the other thing we could do is we can add in like a little bit of a, let's just actually take a look at this here. You can select like a section and then kind of just create a bent area and just do that to all of them a little bit different. So that way they're all bending in like a little different direction. No, I didn't want to select, whatever. Let's do that. Just rotate it maybe a little bit. Honestly, I think that might work pretty nice. Let's do this top one. It's the only one that I don't really like that much. I think that will work. Great. So now we have like our walkway up to the top here, kind of finished. Then we'll have to do the mansion at the very top. I'm going to select our camera though for our background image since we repositioned from the original reference video. Or reference photo. I still want to be able to model using that reference photo, so we can actually offset here this to the top. And that way we can actually see where the new location is going to be. Let's go ahead and select our entire mountain here. I'm going to hit the save button. Under our modifiers here, we can add in a displacement map as well. And then let's go ahead and add a new material. And this one, of course, we're going to change from image or movie to something like marble. And then for this, let's set this to like 0.1 or 0.01 even. Now, maybe not marble, clouds might be pretty nice. Can change the size of these clouds to be a lot smaller. And that's going to create all these like little rocky kind of like bumps on it, which might be good for us. Let's change the depth here to be a little bit higher. And then I don't think we need anything under there. Now if we add in a subdivide surface, it'll kind of smooth all of that out. We're adding most of our resolution to kind of like this rocky pattern because it is it's kind of like the most important part of the image. Also, the more bumps that we have, the better our snow texture is going to look on it, because we're going to be creating a normal map of texturing that's only going to put snow on the upward facing sections of the image. So I think that should work. Now if we go to our multi-res, we'll want to set that to 3 so that way we can see everything like all in one go. I think that's good. And we can even go back into our sculpt mode and then make even some further adjustments if we wanted to, which we may do right now. So I'm going to change the size here. Just make this a little bit larger for our displacement. Thinking that might be nice. I do wish I could import some kind of matte painting with this, but that's fine. The trick though is that under our multi-res, we can actually apply this. Let's do that. We're also going to apply our displacement, and then let's keep the subdivide surface there. I'm going to uncheck it first. There's going to be sections that I want smooth, and we can go into our sculpt mode now and kind of add that. A non-uniform scale. 1 second. Go back to object mode here. If we hit apply all transforms and then go into sculpt mode, that should fix our problems, right? I think I made a boo-boo. Alt H. And then we go to sculpt mode. Does that fix it? Yeah. I had it hidden inside of the edit mode, so there was a problem. Yeah, I had the normal map.png, and the normal map connected to the procedural leather is the one I'm having trouble with. Oh, I see. Okay, more. I'm gonna smooth out specific sections of this. Probably not as strong. Let's lessen the amount here. Just kind of create a little bit more randomness. We don't want it to feel too repetitive. And if we do a little bit of layering to this as well. Oh, whoops. Sorry. If we do, I think, sharp drawing, that's what we need. We could add in a little bit of nice detail to the side here. I'm going to kind of like almost sculpt some rock formations here that are going up the side of this hill. We can kind of do that by just layering it as if the rock is kind of like stacked one on top of another. And the benefit of us doing this is that when we do add in the snow, that there will be more like flat horizontal places for that to live. And I'm just going to smooth that out a little bit as well. We're not really going to see this section here, but just helpful to have that. Great, I'm pretty happy with this left side here. Let's just smooth out some more sections, and then we can even flatten an area. The trick is, like a few weeks ago when we were making the rocks, is just like finding that natural kind of curvature of the hillside and then just moving with it. And then just kind of building up sideways. I think we smooth that out as well. We don't really want, I like this kind of coming up on it. I don't really like this. So let's just clean up some of this area around the stairs. Oh, a little smaller, I think. Just clean up specifically under the stairs. Okay, great. And then now if we do some sharp drawing, I think we can start working on the inside of like this tunnel here. And just kind of building it out. Adding in some like columns that are kind of going up the side of it. Then up here, we definitely want this to be quite a bit smoother. So let's go ahead and flatten this out as well by using our smooth tool. Just a little bit of smoothing. The displacement could be a little harsh, so you know, just kind of smoothing that out. And then we can kind of create these natural crevices into the top up here. Again, our sharp tool will also do the trick for that. So just, you know, swap back over to that and then just let's build in some of these sections here. Almost like if we scale that up a little bit, just kind of create a little more of a ledge on the side here. I think that would be nice just to have a little bit of a separation from the cliff side. What is this? Oh, that's clay, right? It's like I thought I selected smooth tool and then it just like started adding everything. Let's go ahead and smooth that out a little bit. Kind of just create this plateau up here. We might even want to use the flatten tool for that. And then using our sharpen tool on top of that just to create a little bit more detail. To specific sections. So what is this leather material for? Is it for like an anime project, VFX, CG? What are you specifically using that for? One of the cool things about like doing like this kind of work is that it can be for any kind of project really, and even personal projects or something fun. Gotta smooth this out and like add in a little bit of curvature to the edge. Hey yo, welcome Veeth. Thank you for joining. We're just creating a mountain. As per usual. Typical Saturday stuff, you know? Just a little mountain work. It's fun. I think we're going to spend most of our time today just on this mountain because it's kind of like the most important part of the whole shot. I mean, the tower is a lot further away and there are no people in this one. FPS gun animation. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. First-person shooters. I worked on one of those a while ago. It was an FPS where you were like in a prison and kind of escaping the prison, and throughout it you were trying to, if you're familiar with the story of like the prisoners that escaped from Alcatraz off of the coast of California, it was kind of similar to that. So we had remodeled the entire prison, and the idea was that you would try to escape from the prison, and there were different ways to escape that you could do that were built into it. It was a little bit like an open world in a way for you to do that, and it was way too big of a project, if I'm being honest, for someone like me, because I was at the time was a teenager in high school, and I was like, oh, this will be an amazing game. And like, sure enough, it probably would have been an amazing game if we finished it, but it's like, you know your limits. Don't, as your first big old game, try to make a FPS that is, open world with like different characters and storylines. Don't try to make Red Dead Redemption is all I'm saying. But that's really cool. So an FPS, you said an FPS animation. So is that like a animated film, but like first-person shooter style? Ooh, I like that. Just like little crevices into it. I think also now, if like I were to approach something like that, because I do VFX supervising, I understand like how to set up all of my steps to creating things now, and I wouldn't just jump into it being like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to make a game. I would probably create all the steps in which I needed to accomplish in order to make the game, the said game. Oh, whoops. That looks really good. What do you guys think? Feels realistic enough, right? Not gonna really know until we add in the shading. I like that. I think that works nicely for our mountaintop. We can start working on some of the other stuff. Luckily, for all the mountains way in the background, we don't actually have to do those ourselves. We can, or we don't have to spend as much detail on it. This is just the front of everything. So add in lines, I think having something like this. Oh yeah, because that can even be like frozen ice that we're going to add into the shader. I like that. Just kind of adding in a little smooth up there. Then kind of just breaking that up so that way it just feels a little more like it doesn't feel as snowy, because right now it just feels very snowy because we kind of smoothed it out a little too much. We're just going to add in some of our bumps here. Once we do that, I think it'll kind of feel a little bit better. I mean, also once we add in the shader. Okay, great. Let's get out of here. That's good to go. Save button. Save, everybody. Hit that save button. Smash that save button. Or as I think my YouTube short was like, save, save, save. I think right there, that'll be nice. Let's scale that down. It's got to fit the size. Can't be too large. I really like the proportions that we have inside of this reference image, so I want to try to keep true to that as much as possible. And then, let's see. That's good too. Let's select the whole thing here. We're just going to make it build down into it. Not that we're going to see it from behind, but that way we cover our bases. If we do use this for an animated film later, we won't have a problem. So that's good. Let's see. Let's grab this top piece here. Kind of thinking we'll want to about there. I'm back. Save, save, save. Yes. Always hit the save button. I mean, we haven't had any crashes yet. Fingers crossed that we don't. Yeah, I'm going to make a gun animation channel like Hyper. He's FPS gun animation channel. Oh, cool. Sounds fun. Well, you should join our Discord and then share your work as you're creating it. I think that is good for like the rough design of the... Just center it a little bit, and then we can add in all of our roofs and stuff like that later. Something like that I think should be good. And let's just add in this top piece here. Kind of just scale that in as we're going up. Cool. All right. Got our like kind of magical tower roughed out at the top there. And then we'll get back to that in a moment, but I'm just going to, for right now, for our purposes, let's go ahead and add in a landscape. Way back here. Something like this'll do, I think. Maybe even farther. I'm gonna also select our camera, and then if we set the end visibility on it to like 1,000, we won't have to worry too much about this. Perfect. And I'm not worried too much about whether or not this matches our reference photo that badly. Just kind of like roughly the design, I think. And then something else further away. Perfect, guys. And they don't need to connect because we don't see it. So you're going to make a gun animation channel like Hyper He's FPS gun animation channel. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Is it like shots of a gun, like doing different like animations, like shooting animations, or what goes into that? Let's see. This is honestly pretty detailed, so let's see what we do here. This is going to be a bit of work, I think. Right? Let's add in, I think that many, however many that is. Just adding in a bunch of edge loops. Adding a lot of free detail this way, honestly. So let's just do every other edge loop. Oh, lovely. We randomly have one that is not lined up. Then two main ones here in the middle, and so let's extrude that outwards. Just kind of center this as much as possible. Oh, well, I did the correct number of edge loops on this one. Hey, how's it going, Vin? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream as we make a foreboding, for whatever, tower. Then we'll create like the individual kind of like roofs here on the different tiers. I think that should work though for the bottom piece. For this piece here, I almost want this to be further out. just to add in a little bit of depth and fake realism. Hey, Vin, you may notice that we are actually on Blender 4.02 today. Actually, you might not be able to see that down here. Brand new version of Blender. Well, I don't know if it's brand new or not, but it is brand new for me. I am still getting used to the typing in menu and all that stuff. All that jazz. Oh, the bevels are very small on this. So profile geometry, shading, width type is a percentage. Yeah, there we go. Should work better. Adds in a little bit of nice smoothing to everything. I think 90 degrees should be fine. Oh no, you don't want that. Kind of want that to be fixed, but not that. I think that should work because that makes everything just bow a little bit, and I think that'll look nice. Let's go ahead and just select every other on these and just kind of go all the way to the top. I also need to make some windows, which we can use booleans for. Oh my god, what the hell? So did I not? Oh, I just doubled this one. That's hilarious. And no one saw that. No one saw that, okay? I didn't do it. Let's do every other here. I don't know how I doubled up one of them. That's pretty crazy. And then we'll do a double click here. I'm thinking, do we have this go all the way out, maybe? Or we'll go all the way to this edge here. I think then that'll look pretty nice. Hey, welcome! Thank you. We're building this from scratch, you know? It's a work in progress. We're slowly adding more and more detail to this tower as we're going. But as you can see, we've made some good progress here. I think we've only been streaming for, holy camoli, about an hour. So yes, no, we haven't made a lot of progress. We're working on it though. We're working on it. And we'll do the last tier at the top. I'm not going to do this side of the building. We don't see it. And I don't think it's necessary for us to add detail to it. So I think we're good with avoiding that. Again, just kind of selecting every other here. I think there's a shortcut to be able to do this. I'm not going to lie. I always forget what that shortcut is. Let's see. We're going to duplicate this. Something like that should be fine. And then let's just grab this on the X and then just have it go all the way out for consistency's sake. Just having this one side just a little bit thicker. That way it feels like, you know, it's not an elevator because it's a wizard, but maybe the wizard uses like levitation as his elevator, so he doesn't have a platform that goes up. He just floats up on like a specific section of the building. It's like his fake not teleportation, sorry, but his fake elevator that he has in the building. How do so a wizard with an elevator is not a platform that goes up by any mechanics. It's just like an open tunnel that's vertical instead of widthwise. And so he just floats upwards. But that's why if you like broke into a wizard's like place, you wouldn't be able to float upwards. So and he may or may not have stairs. Because if you're a wizard, then you can just float, and then that never breaks down. So, you know, if there's like a fire or something like that, you can just easily float away. right? So wizards, they don't need brooms. They just float. They levitate. That's my theory here. That's what we're going to have for this building. These are levitation portal sections. Imagine though, it's like wizards just have like an open floor concept because they can see whatever's on the next floor, because that just makes the most sense, honestly. Since they can just float from one to the next. It's not like closed off rooms by any means. And that's how wizard elevators work. I don't think we even see this. Like, I don't want to... I think this is good though, because like we want to add in a little bit of rock detail here. And then once we add in our shader, this will add in a lot of detail to this. Kind of smooth that out, but also bubble that up. I like that. Okay. I think that just improves the outline of the rock up there, so that way it just feels a little more natural, like it's set up. I'm thinking, let's go back to object mode here. Save. Save! And I really like these like lattice designs. Dang, I might want to do something like that. How do you think neural network will push people out of the labor market? I've talked about this before. I think as we increase in like different AI models and stuff like that, I'm thinking that what will end up happening is it'll actually just increase the amount of work that there will be. I know it's not a super popular opinion. I think this is the only thing we can really hope for as artists, because it's like you can be pessimistic about it all you want, but what is being pessimistic about it going to do? The genie's out of the bottle. So in the end of the day, it's like the truth is like I think what's going to happen is really, I mean, this is at least the case in the film industry. And historically it's been true. The cheaper things are, the more of it there is. So since I believe making animations and making CGI visual effects is going to become cheaper, I would like to believe that just means that there's going to be increased workloads. Of course, no one knows really, and I think there's a lot of people that want to be negative about it. I don't know that being negative is going to be benefit to anyone, honestly, in the end of the day. But in 3D visual effects, I think that ultimately it's just going to increase the amount of work that there will be. Yeah, in 3D specifically. Because I think it's just going to allow artists to be able to work faster and iterate faster. I mean, think about it. That's what new graphics cards are. New graphics cards theoretically means that there has to be, like, if you really want to talk about technology, new graphics cards, faster computers. That means the faster the computer is, the less artists you need on a specific project, because you can get the more work done faster. And that's kind of all neural networks and AI really is. I hesitate to use the word AI because it's not really AI. But I tend to think that, as you're able to iterate faster, it just allows you to be able to make more changes on a faster scale. And the more changes you can make, the happier the client gets faster. And then the less people you need to be able to do jobs. Because that's kind of like what neural networks is going to be doing, is making it so that people can iterate quicker and quicker and quicker. I tend to think that that might actually be a good thing, because it'll allow other artists to be able to do more creative tasks in the end of the day. Like, think about Roto. Roto used to be like a hand-drawn process. And as we have increased our neural networks of Roto, we've been able to do things quicker by using like DaVinci Resolve's like Magic Mask and things like that. And I think that same kind of thing will happen in Blender, or not Blender specifically, but just 3D softwares, is that you will slowly be able to do things quicker, so less people will be needed because of that. And I think what will end up happening is more people will be needed because more films will want visual effects. And so you'll be getting paid less money per shot, but more money because there will be more shots. So I think like ultimately there's like a weird like curve that'll happen. Less people will be required, but then more jobs will happen. And since more jobs will happen and more shots are happening, then more people will be needed to accomplish those more shots. That's just like, I think how I would see something like this happening is that slowly we would need more and more people to be able to facilitate that manner. But what do I know? I'm just a guy with an opinion that I tend to think is more of an optimistic opinion on how the industry is going to work. But, you know, ultimately, in the end of the day, I'm not sure that anybody that you ask that question to will really have an accurate, because no one knows the future. But I would hope that that is how things will ultimately pan out. Kind of creating a little bit of, if we just look at that, I think I might want to scale that inwards here. But if we're being honest, though, I mean, look at generative art historically also. Generative art is not been accepted well by just general audiences. Like, just general audiences don't like generative art. And you can see that in NFTs. NFTs was like a really cool concept, but then like unfortunately it got bastardized into this like format of just people just creating things for nothing with bad stories, bad everything. And or not even not have anything to do with stories. It was just generating collections basically is what got turned into. And the problem with that is that the value of those collections is so tremendously small because there were so many different collections that were being created. And I think that's going to be kind of the same thing in the film industry or in 3D animation, is that if there's just so much of it, the value of individual pieces will be a lot smaller. And then I think what will end up happening is traditional art will start to come back, and people will value that so much more than they valued the AI piece of it, because they're like, well, this is like the legit real thing. It's like I could go get the cheap Walmart version, or I can get the expensive, beautiful storytelling that was created. Yes, you are correct. There's a big difference between language models and generative AI, and neural networks is just a tool used in AI, and people often mix them together. Well, more movies are being made, but not using that much VFX, so the work will also increase massively. Exactly. So I think right now, like, there's a lot of indie films, and I think a lot of people don't realize this in the industry. There are so many movies created every single year, and a lot of them just get put straight to VOD, like on Amazon Prime, Tubi, you name it. Like, it's just, there's a lot of movies that just get released, and all of those people that work on those movies, they need more people. If you want Marvel level VFX, but on a tiny little budget like indie film, that's how you do that. And you just need more and more people to kind of like create that, like facilitate that means. That's just my opinion though. And, I guess we'll see if we're right on it, but I tend to think very more optimistically on the whole particular situation. How does that look? I'm just adding like some kind of like rough like decaying onto the outside here of the building. Thinking something like that might be kind of cool. Let's just rotate this upside down, I think. I think that might actually be nice because it'll add a little bit of texturing into it as we're working on it. But I think it's a good thing to think about. And honestly, everybody that's worried about it, I've seen a lot of people online talking very negatively about AI just in general. And I don't know that it's worth your time to talk bad about it. Because in the end of the day, it's not artists that are going to dictate whether or not we are using AI in the film industry. It will be kind of audience members. And audience members, they're weird, man. I mean, we're still watching Marvel movies. Like, stories on those films are not unique. And to me, if you want to really know if people really care about how good art is, just look at what people spend their money on. And right now we're getting remakes and reboots and all sorts of stuff, and everybody makes fun of it, but you guys also still support those movies. So as long as those movies are supported, it's going to be very difficult for younger artists that want to try to create and tell new stories to really be able to do that. Because it's just, there's no money in those kind of movies if people are going to go watch remakes of, every Disney film or every Universal Studios film that's out there. Not that reboots are necessarily bad. I actually understand the idea behind reboots. Because let's say you've got a movie that was made in the 90s, and this is a lot of Disney, kind of like princess movies, right? You want to remake that for younger audiences, because those younger audiences aren't going to go back to the 90s film and watch it. And re-releasing those films in theaters, I don't know would do too well. But I mean, I'm sure they've tested the waters on that. I just think that the idea of re-releases versus reboots, people would rather re-spend their money on a reboot because they know that people will be like, well, at least it's new and they're not just reduplicating their old stuff. I think that's kind of like the idea behind it. In reality, it's just a reboot. I should turn that off. Yeah, let's do that. It's like, why is everything running so slow? And then just kind of creating this tier here, I think, for the different sections will allow us to go up slightly. But yeah, deep thoughts with Connor. Also, I feel like answering these questions is always not necessarily cancelable, but it's like you got to be careful with what your opinion is, because a lot of artists have very strong opinions about AI and its use cases in it. And if I'm being honest here, I used Midjourney to create the reference photo for this, but also I used it to create the reference photo and I'm recreating it in 3D. I'm very upfront about that. I do think that AI has its use cases inside of the industry. I don't think that it should be necessarily replacing jobs, but I do think that it's helpful for people to iterate things faster. It's like good tools, It's like traditional artwork back in the day of hand-drawn paintings, a hand-drawn animation specifically, took so much longer and was way more expensive. But then you fast forward to computer animation, I feel like a lot of people at that period of time would probably liken that to what we now liken AI to, which is oh, well, it's not that hard for you to be able to create something like that. So why would that be just as much animation? It doesn't make it any less animation. It just makes it a different form of animation. And it allows artists to create things a little bit differently. And so maybe what will end up happening is we'll still have computer animation, but it'll just be fewer and far between. And maybe that's not an answer a lot of people want to hear, because hand-drawn animation really has kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. But, it is what it is on these things. It all comes down to money. Everything comes down to money. And if there's no money in anything, then, they'll just move on to something else. They'll move on to the cheapest form of whatever anything is. But there is still stop motion, and you still see that stuff that happens, and people still do those things. So it's not like it's going to go away forever. It's just probably going to have less of it. And all the artists that are currently working on, that type of animation style will probably just move on to something else. Is that a good window shape? It looks like a dick. I don't want to do that. I didn't mean to do that, guys. Okay? What does a window look like? They don't have any windows on this one. feel like this is such a generic looking window shape, but you know what? Works for me. And then I think we'll use a Boolean. Actually, before that, let's use an array. And that way we can have a couple windows here. Yeah, there are remakes like War of the Worlds, yeah, and then in 2005, and then there are remakes like The Grudge, where the copy every shot from the Japanese movie. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, here's what it really comes down to. You do a remake, and people will expect different things. Like, different fans will expect different things. And I think it's like, you can't listen to every fan, let's be real here. But some people want to have it be every single shot is exactly the same, and other people don't. And it's like, and then it comes down to the filmmaker. What does the filmmaker want to do? Sometimes the remake will be completely different than the original film, and everyone will freak out about that. And it's like, do you really care that much what, you know, everybody thinks? I mean, yeah, like, they're gonna spend money or they won't spend money, but you know, that's where, like, I don't know that there's like a happy answer for anyone. Let's take that. Oh, that worked great. Awesome. There's our windows. And then, oops, rotate 90 degrees on the Z axis. We're just going to kind of line this up as much as possible here. And then kind of do the same thing. We're going to add in a Boolean. Oh man, dude, I love that you can just type now. That's so freaking nice. Like, it adds such a nice, like, thing, man. Quality of life, like, difference. Holy cow. There's our windows. Great. So now when we add in our windows or our shaders for the window, I think that should do the trick. Do we want any windows on this bottom section? Probably not, no. And then at the very top, I do like that idea of having, let's try that. So we'll do UV sphere. I'm gonna add in the rotation here. Yeah, and then on this side we'll keep it like that, but for this over here I do want to have like an entrance. Something like that should do the trick. Firstly though, I don't want it to take out half of my freaking... We need it to be flat. So let's take this here, and then we'll do a Boolean. And I'm going to Boolean out this cube. So apply that, delete it. And now this guy here, just move him down a little bit so he lines up a little bit nicer. We could take a Boolean off of this and take out the sphere. That doesn't look good. I think I may have done something wrong. Yeah, there we go. Nope, that did not work. Boolean. Cylinder. Apply. Please. Oh my god. Did it not do anything I wanted? Come on. Oh, is it because I was too low? That's lame. Boolean sometimes acts weird, man. I swear. Okay, but there is a 2-year difference between the English Grudge remake. I don't think anybody asked for that. Also, as the world got more connected, people just started watching movies in other languages too. True. I mean, almost everyone will tell you, like, now, dude, like, I feel like, I don't know, like, I feel like more people watch foreign language films here in America now. And especially ever since Parasite. I mean, I feel like that was the big thing that was like, oh yeah, Korean films are awesome. And then now everybody kind of just watches those films. I don't know that that was the case before. But it is cool to see now that more and more people are kind of like interested in that, not genre, but like kind of world of films that they can watch. And it has opened up the door to so many more stories that can be told. Let's do that. I'm going to have this black in here. I don't want too much detail, but since this is like... Let's do this. Let's scale this down. Something like that. Then we'll grab our cube here and just make it go up. I know though, when I went and watched Parasite for the first time, I didn't know that it was a foreign film. A friend of mine was like, hey, let's go watch this movie. It's called Parasite. I thought it was a horror film. I didn't know it was a foreign film. And, and honestly, I loved it. I just didn't know going into it what it was. So it is just interesting. You know, ever since then, though, my opinion even has changed on foreign films. And I can be like one of those people that are like, oh yeah, my life has now changed ever since Parasite. And I don't think that I'm the only one. Let's do that. I think that's nice. Just little posts inside of here. Let's go ahead and save that. I'm gonna work on this top bit here. It looks like crap. But this is like the process, man. Just adding a little more detail here, a little more detail there. Do you read, Connor, like movies? Like, oh, novels, sorry. Wow, I am dyslexic. So no. I not as much as I should. I really wish I read more. I listen to a lot of audiobooks though, because I write. I write scripts for films. So I do listen to a lot of audiobooks. I find that's really helpful in the creative process to kind of like see what other people do and the stories that they tell. But no, I don't read as much, like, per se. I wouldn't count audiobooks as like the same medium as books, personally. I've gotten in like lengthy discussions with some friends who do like to read quite a bit about it, and they all say that audiobooks are the same thing as reading, and I'm like, I don't see, personally, I wouldn't say that it's the same thing. But yeah, to answer your question, I do listen to audiobooks. There are a few really good books that I've been reading lately that are more like psychological thriller books, but not as much as I should partake in reading, do I? Wow, is nothing centered on this? I guess I knew that, but I feel like this is also so far away that no one will be able to see this. But we'll know it's there, and that's all that matters. Okay, so we'll take that, we can extrude it. I'm going to scale it out slightly. Just gonna kind of create these panels that are leading up to it. I think the light is also gonna catch in like a different way, which will be quite nice. But Vin, do you read books? And if so, what books do you read? Any good recommendations? Always looking for a good book recommendation. Oh yeah, that's probably gonna go there. Scale that out as well. Okay, great. Save and move on. Save and move on. It's basically my life these days. Okay, so we have this entrance here. I still think it's a little bland. I think it's the same if you're not just playing it in the background, just solely listening, but there's also the thing of reading in your inner voice. True. I just think it's like, I guess there's not really anything to compare it to, right? It's okay. Wait a second. It's like playing a video game and watching someone play a video game. Is that the same thing? Or is watching the video game more like entertainment? It's more like movie entertainment, I suppose, or something like that. I'm gonna do this and then create like a custom bevel. Let's do edges, custom. Let's use a preset. What do they got? Don't like that. Just gonna add a bunch. Ooh, that's nice. Yes. And I actually almost want it to be bigger, so let's do that. Oh, that feels so much better. Wow, that's such a free effect too. I'm gonna not have this top piece here kind of being occluded. Let's do this. Let's go into sculpt mode and then we just clean this up. I think this section here just needs to be cleaned up. It's the grab tool. Yeah. Just need this to be on the inside a little bit. Clean that up so that way it doesn't pop out too much. Nice. Okay, I actually just started last year in January and currently reading Metro 2023 by Dmitry Goloskov. The Metro games are based on the universe. It's pretty good so far. Oh, sweet. So kind of like science fiction, fiction. Science fiction fiction. Is Metro like... forgive me, but is Metro like, are you talking like, what exactly is Metro? I guess I'm not quite familiar with the universe that you're talking about. My first thought on Metro was like Samus in the Nintendo universe, but I'm not quite sure that that's exactly what you're talking about. It doesn't seem like that would be the universe that you're talking about, but maybe it is. Add a sphere all the way back here for the moon. That was insane how I actually got the size correct on that. That's wild. Okay. Also the visibility here on our view settings here. Like 10,000. Another thing I haven't done on Blender 4 yet is actually install Botanic. So wow, guys, we made some good progress so far. And we'll add in like all these clouds and stuff as well. Let's see. Probably add in a subdivide surface for that back there. Add in a subdivide surface for that back there as well. Just something small. Probably stick to one render display on it, or one level of divisions. I think that's pretty good for the modeling aspect. We just have quite a bit of shading to do. So let's get into that. Quite a bit of shading. We also have clouds that we need to add in. Oh goodness. Let's import volume, import open VDBs. Let's find our clouds again. Does anyone remember what they were called again? I think it was like found them accidentally. Oh, the high altitude clouds. Went through this last week. I didn't need that again, okay? Let's do that. We're gonna add in all of these clouds here. And it's a post-nuclear apocalypse kinda, and people now live underground. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really cool. Alright, so all these clouds back here, we're probably going to want to have them selected. Oops. And let's deselect this sphere. Yeah, there we go. Let's select all these clouds. We're going to move them slightly forward, and then we're just going to duplicate them, and then rotate Y. I think that should be fine. That's going to be behind the moon, although it doesn't really make sense for it to be behind the moon because there's no clouds behind the moon. What am I thinking here? I'm going to kind of rotate this direction, and then let's kind of like put this in front of the clouds or the mountains over here. Cool. And then finally, where's our little tiny house? Scale that down. And then kind of put this in here. We don't need it to be that large. We're just trying to have some depth and some nice texturing to our entire place here. Again, doesn't need to be that large. Thinking that might work, and then maybe even duplicating it to the other side here. Cool. So now we'll have some nice clouds for our entire scene here. Let's go ahead and save that. We're probably going to have to find an HDRI because let's do this. Let's find some HDRIs nighttime. Something like blue, night, dark, foreboding. Because I don't have physical atmosphere, I think, installed. I don't. It's sad. Let's actually get that installed because I really like that plugin. So I'm not gonna. Log in front of you guys. You guys don't need to know my email address, okay? No one needs to know my email address. And we need the go to downloads page for Physical Starlight. And we need, let's actually make sure it works with this version. Version 4? It does! Let's go, guys. Physical Starlight Atmosphere 1.7. Download this to the Blender add-ons folder that I have. And save. Boom. Now we go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons. Close that. Install. Go to our Drive D, Blender Add-ons 4.0, Physical Starlight. Boom. We have it. Enable. Save. Save. There we go. It should pop up here. Atmosphere. I actually don't know what's on the latest version of this, so let's figure that out. I think, though, realistically speaking, it's probably something like this. So now if we go to camera view, let's just check to see what this looks like. We're going to have to swap from EV over to cycles. Let's go to GPU. I also want to make sure under our preferences, since this is a new version of Blender, I always like to have this. Go to System. Yep, CUDA needs to be turned on, and we're using our AMD Threadripper as well as two 3080 Ti's. So just make sure all that's enabled. And finally, I think we go into this thing, select your camera, and turn off the background image. There's no reason to have that on right now. Now, we don't have any materials on anything, so this is not going to probably look that great. Actually, going to turn it on over here. Wow, this is taking a second. Not sure why it's taking so long. Is it just like truly too dark? That might be the problem. Yeah, it's just way too dark. That's why we can't see anything, guys. Alright, what color is this going to be? A little pinky yellow. We're going to do something like this. For right now, let's just get out of render view. So what happens when you put the sun all the way down on the other side of the world? And duplicate all of this. We're going to have our own candles and stuff here in a bit. Figured that might be nice. Use some actual visual effects assets. Put this over here as well, kind of just lighting up the pathway to here. And we'll add in like a rocky kind of texture, then we'll add snow in using our normals that are facing upwards. And I'll show you guys how to do that here pretty soon. The physical lighting thing, though, we need the night intensity to be a little bit brighter. So let's try this. I'm not going to make the sun completely set. That's the first thing. And then from here, we can probably, it's a little bright. And our color management, what are we actually setting this to? So this is using AGX. It's the first time actually using AGX. So probably gonna want to organize my clouds to be in like their own separate collection. And then let's add in a sun. Kind of from back there, and just rotate it a little bit so that way we get a little bit more edge on everything. And if I just make this like a bluey tint, that'll kind of light up the clouds how we want them to be lit up. All of these lights down here are very bright though, so we're gonna have to adjust that. They're not supposed to be that bright. But this sun, let's move that out. We're gonna create a new collection over here and we'll call this one lighting, because all of our point lights should be located under there. So let's do that. So just grab all of those and let's find them in our list here. If we just move those over to lighting, that'll just make everything a little bit cleaner. We can also do the same thing with all our clouds. Just find them in our collection. I'm just going to select all our high altitude clouds and move those to our cloud section. So that way if we want it to, we can hide them in our visibility. So our like viewport visibility versus our scene or our render. Which I'm going to do for right now. Although you got to be careful with lighting things. I just need these lights specifically to be a little bit dimmer, a bit bright. I really wish there was, okay, so there's this software that I use called Baselight, and I really wish Blender had this feature where if I shift select this, even DaVinci Resolve does this, where if you shift select clips, you can change all of them at the same time. And I really wish Blender had that. I don't, unless that's a new feature here in 4, which I haven't tested. Let's try it. Does that change both of these? No, it doesn't. It only changes one of them. I do wish though that if I had multiple lights selected and I changed the wattage power of it, that everything would change. That would be like a really nice little extra feature, I think. Like a quality of life update to Blender. Just a tiny little thing, please, Blender. Give that to me. There's a couple other things I'm going to do while the clouds are off that this isn't necessarily affecting the clouds. This is just custom lighting. This is more like artistic lighting. If you are having fog or anything like that into your scene, you may want that fog to be in here to see what this is really going to be doing. I'm kind of just going in and changing all of this personally before I go in and add in any fog. I'm probably not going to use volume scatter nodes because I know that we're going to add in some fog stuff. So just for this stuff here, I kind of want the feeling that the moon is hitting through the clouds much more than it actually is going to be. So just kind of overall giving it this outside rim lighting effect. Even do this on the back of this building here. Oh, Blender crashed. And I didn't save. Wow, guys. Wow. Although I think the autosave probably will save me there, but damn. Damn it. Okay, yeah, file, recover, autosave, please. 14:59, so a minute ago. Okay, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. I just missed all my area lights I set up. Oh my god. Did I lose? These are all set to 1 wattage power. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay. I lost my area lights, guys. I didn't follow the model. Save, save, save. Oh, you can use Alt to adjust them all at once? Really? Let's move this over here real quick. Alt, click this guy. Wait, what? So shift select and then press Alt and then change that. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a feature, dude. What a feature. Holy camole. Yes. 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 Everyone asks me, why do you do these live streams? And I go, you know what? It's not because I make any money. Because I don't. I don't make any money out of these guys. Because I can't. I don't have enough subscribers. But wow, that's why I do it, is to learn from you guys. I'm not teaching you guys anything. You guys teach me something every day. Select all and specify strength and then Alt Enter. Wow. Okay, that's a life changer right there. Another life changer. Who knew that I could have another life changer? That's pretty wild, guys. You guys need to stop making my life easier. I like complaining about things I like to complain about, all right? And, oh, it's so funny. So I showed my reaction to, I think a couple weeks ago, it showed me the trick with Node Wrangler, pressing like Shift T and then doing it that way. I put that as a YouTube short, and I thought, oh, you know, it's kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny. And so I shared it, and then I got dislikes on that YouTube short. I was like, who dislikes me finding out a cool trick? Like, that's such a weird thing to dislike. But you know what? I don't care. I thought it was a really cool update that you guys showed me. Or a fix. Alright, save, X, delete. Let's just see what that's doing here. I might want to increase the scale of this firstly. And then let's increase the amount that we're going to be boosting onto this. I just want it to be a little bit more dynamic. On the right side here. Save, delete, and you can kind of see that light that we're adding in on that right side there. I think that works. Alt? Wow. Why did you have to make my life easier? I mean, also thank you, but crazy, man. Crazy. Alright, we'll hit save, and then we'll move on. I'm kind of wanting on the inside of this tunnel here. We're just going to add in a point light. And this point light's not supposed to be emitting light necessarily. It's going to be sucking light out. So, because I want it to absorb everything. So if we just take a -1 and put that in there, it'll actually darken that quite a bit. We might not want it to be quite that dark, but something small like a -0.1 should do the trick. That way it just feels like we're going deep into the rabbit hole. And like that goes on much further than it actually does. So that should be good there. Let's go ahead and save that. I love these candles leading up to it. And let's take a look here. I'm thinking, oh, do we not have our sun as well? Oh, we do, I think. That's this guy right here. Let's just put him up there and then enable our clouds to kind of see what that looks like in our render. Dude, you are not teaching anything. You're teaching one of the best shading techniques, like the mud textures on. Oh, thank you. And then you know how to do that. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, the small contributions I make to you guys. I don't know why that didn't update when I set the visibility to on. It should have just worked. Oh, that looks pretty badass, guys. That looks pretty badass. It's on your stream that I learned that you can do a lot in post and not everything in Blender. Yes, I will say that is something that I have recently been really like getting into, is how much you can change everything in like your comp rather than like just trying to get it to work in Blender. Because for years, I would just try to just get everything to look good directly inside of Blender. And you can waste so much time just trying to get it to look right. and then sometimes you'll never get it to look exactly how you want it to look, and that's kind of the worst. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And that's what I endeavor to do, is at least show you some of the techniques that I have. I think also here's the secret to visual effects is there's not a one size fits all, you know, like some things work for some people and some things don't. And I think just knowing what works for you is very useful, and then trying to figure out how other people's techniques are. Oh, let's not do that. That's actually delete that. It's going to stop our light. But and then let's see. But yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's also add in a few lights here that are going to be a little directional for the clouds. Probably some area lights. And rotate that. Let's scale that up. Just add in a little bit of depth to some of these guys. Where is that located? Oh, it's over there. Then we'll have to add, somehow we'll have to add in stars behind everything. I'm thinking is kind of the secret here. Also, this moon, I mean, we're not going to really know what it looks like until we add the moon in. So let's do that right now. Fun fact. NASA has like moon textures, and really high quality ones, I might add at that. So let me just show you. Let's see. The CGI moon textures, you can download their color maps, and they even have displacement maps and all sorts of stuff. If you just go to NASA's website, they have everything here. So, and really high quality stuff. We're not going to need anything that crazy. So let's just download the 8K material. Let's download that to our live stream folder. I'm going to create one called VFX material. And we'll just save that in there. And that's going to be our TIFF file for that. We could use displacement as well. I mean, might as well. Oh, 5,000, 5K. So save that there. And it doesn't really have anything else, but you can just use the displacement as well as your color mapping for your moon. And you get really high quality moon materials there. Let's create a new material now. And we'll call this guy Moon. Save. Save! Everybody comes out of the woodwork and says save. It's our mantra. It's just save, save, save. Save, save, save! Whoa! This principled BSDF looks different. As I said, this is my first time using Blender in this version. Okay, dragging in is still the same, so we're good. As long as we can do that, and then we can plug the color into here. I think it's already using a UV kind of like mapping thing. Probably going to delete this principled BSDF if I'm being honest, and we'll use an emission shader. It's either that or we could use principled BSDF. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Okay. How bright do we want this moon to be? Pretty bright. Okay. I'm thinking the emissionness of it needs to be directional on one side. So there's a few ways we could do this. We could use a principled BSDF and plug that into our base color here. And this will be like how an actual moon is. We can actually light the moon itself, and then that's kind of like the section that's going to be lit. Or we can have emission, but only on one side. And that's a possibility. So let's try that. So we're going to be using a texture coordinate. And if we just go view that, let's actually turn off our clouds right now so we can just get like instant playback on our stuff here. let's see what we got here. Okay, so we're going to be using our texture coordinate as our guide, and if we add in our normal, we can use a mix node and straight up the color off of this normal and this normal here. We might actually even be able to, actually, here's a cool idea. Let's do this. Let's add in a empty. So if I go into this world here and I add in an empty, so we'll do an empty that is a cube. That should work. And let's just stick this empty over here. This empty, it's going to be the empty we're going to use for the direction. So if we go back to our sphere, our guy up in the moon, go select our moon. Instead of using our normal map here, let's use this object's orientation. I think we can grab the normal of this object from instance. Object info, and then object index. And then if we view this here, if we rotate this, do we not get different directions? I think we should be able to do this somehow. Should be able to get the texture coordinates of that's the location, the object info. If we use a texture coordinate of this empty here, that's the object. I know that there's a way to be able to get like the orientation of another object and use that as your thing. But maybe I'm trying to be too fancy here. I should have tested this out before we went on live stream. Next week. We'll do it next week. Anyways, so we'll just take the normals here of this, and then we can just take the a normal specifically of this, which is just facing upwards. And then we just plug that directly into our B here. And then if we view these difference between the two of these, or if we view the subtraction of this, which actually difference might be nice. And then we'll just set that factor to that. We'll set this to subtract. And then we change the saturation. That'll give us black and white results of everything. If we go view this again, it should kind of work. There it is. Darken is kind of what we want. And now, if we take our moon, we can orient it. Be like that. That should work. And now if we take this as our mat, we have our principal BSDF here that we'll be using as our surface. And we want the emission right here. This is the emission strength. We can actually plug this directly into our mat that we created of that direction. And so now it's going to kind of glow from that side. And of course we can make it even brighter by adding in a math node and a multiply node. So it's multiplying it against that number. and we can actually increase the brightness of specifically this section of the moon. And that's how we can do that. So now if we save that and re-add in our clouds, we can see how much we actually need to have it emit. Certainly not that much. And now for the color, I would probably, I don't know, let's try hue and saturation. I just want to view this to see what we're looking at here. Just make it a little more blue. I guess another way to do this would be to add in like levels. Did they? Oh no, it's color ramp. Oh my gosh, I almost had a heart attack there. Wow. RGB, and then we can specify kind of like the contrastiness level of it, but also how blue we want it. So probably want something like that. And then now if we go back to our setting here, we can take this for the emission and then plug it into the color. Then that way it is going to be emitting specifically that material that we created. Almost wanting this matte that we created here. Let's go ahead and look at this, but then invert the color on it. Not sure what I'm doing wrong here. There's something off about our calculation this time that I need to figure out. It's not giving me the correct specs. Should be this minus this, and I might actually have them backwards, which is probably what the issue is. Let's get rid of displacement here. That's what the problem was, guys, displacement. So now this map, we can customize the amount of the crescent moon that we want here. Why did the displacement have to screw me over like that? I was like, what the hell is going on here? So what was happening was it was displacing it, so the moon was being hit by light that was like different like that. The issue is that we're cheating. We should be having that much of a discrepancy, but okay, let's see. Let's rotate this. I like the idea that it's like there. And now when we're viewing our matte, let's kind of save everything here. I do want this to have still a slight bit of glow to it, and we can actually do that by taking everything here. We've got the invert of it, this whole thing, but we're going to have a grayer version of it, and we can customize that by another math node and adding that on to this invert here. And we're going to be doing a divide, and we can divide this by like 3 or even higher. And if we divide it by some similar number there, if we take these two math nodes that we have here and mix them on top of each other, just do an add, so color, and we do this plus this, and if we do an additive on it and we view that, you'll have kind of a gray area as well as a really slim piece there. And that's exactly what we want. So then we take this and then we plug that into our strength. So that way when we view this, this still has a bit of a glow. And we can customize how much of a glow that has by controlling this divide here. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll kind of bring this in something like there, save that, and then we can kind of fix that in the comp later, but that'll at least give us the numbers to start with of what we're really looking for. And I'm probably going to do something like that. And once we add in a nice glow to it, I think that'll play really nicely. So we'll go ahead and save that. And let's add in our clouds. I also want to kind of add in up here, if we add in a cube, let's go ahead and scale that up. We're going to create a new one call this one Moon Fog for the material. I need to create a new collection, kind of keep these things a little more organized. Let's create an FX section, drag this cube and place it inside of there. This now is going to, we'll delete our principled BSDF that we have. And let's create a scatter node, a volume scatter node, and plug that into our volume. Set that to 0.1 and the intricacy to 0.6 or whatever. The thing that we're going to need is let's scale this up so that way we're not really getting too much light density, but we change the scaling on that slightly to 0.01. Kind of see that it's making everything a little more I don't like that. I think this is a bug. I have to restart render view every time I add the clouds in. It shouldn't be the case. How well can we see the moon now? Moon definitely needs to be kind of like the brightest thing because it's lighting up everything else. So I do like how light all these clouds are. Oh yeah, that actually helps with that. Let's hide this though, so that way we don't have to see it. If we go to our viewport display, we can actually change this to wireframe. Let me select our moon again. I'm thinking for our emission strength here, we might actually want to multiply this to be even brighter. I would say let's take this whole thing here, oops, and then add in a math node and then multiply it like 3, so that way everything is brighter on it. And then the other thing we might want to do is customize how many clouds are in front of it, because it's just maybe just a little too much. Okay, I like that. That's in the right direction. Let's see, let's select that moon again, and then let's just change this to be a little bit darker. It doesn't need to be as bright. Oh, that's good. I like that. That works. I do want stars in there, so let's go ahead and add in some stars ourselves. Let's go ahead and save. And let's go ahead and add in a UV sphere. Where's this UV sphere? It's somewhere. The UV sphere is somewhere. There it is. As long as it's not too small. I think it should be bright enough. Or small enough, but then we could just add in our material. So let's hit add new to this principal BSDF, and I would like to add in a noise texture. If we add in a noise texture, we can actually look at the color specifically of it. And I'm going to do our collection here, change the clouds, save, and there's our little star. If we go view our noise texture, we can actually see how much color it has within inside of that star. And we can use that color actually inside of our emission as a color. Then we could just have that to be a little bright star off in the distance. And then we can, when we add our glow, I think that it's going to really help. Might not want it to be quite that big. Let's change the scaling of it to be like, I don't know, 0.6. Yeah, I like that. Now, just duplicate. More of a manual process of creating stars. Okay, great. That works, and honestly we're probably not even going to see most of those stars because I use noise with the color ramp in the world shader to create stars. It's doing it with the sphere less heavy on the CPU. With the world. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Is that heavy on the CPU? We could try that out. Let's try it. Let's just see the difference here. Although that is a really smart way of going about it. Let's see. Let's add this into stars. What is this sphere right here? That's a star as well. Okay. I wonder though, because I am not using I'm using physical atmosphere for our world settings. So if we go over here to world, I'm wondering actually, let's see. I have world settings. I don't see why there's no stars inside of this. This is my first time using this version of oh dear, where'd it go? Did it uninstall physical atmosphere? Well, that's why we're having problems, guys. Basically. Change the scale of this to be like really large, I suppose. And then, yeah, color ramp, I imagine, in order to tighten everything up. More black. I imagine that's actually probably better on your CPU, is it not? It probably is. And then instead of using texture, you're using color, and then you can plug the color into it. Although, we'll say this. Let's use a mix node. If you use a mix node and then use a color, and then you plug this into black. So that way it's our other color. And then A into the color, and then the FAC into this FAC, and then the color out of this into your FAC. Then you're preserving your color from your mix node. Whoops, I should be doing it this way. So now all of your stars will be different colors. That's like a cool little thing you could do there. Because otherwise, if you're using color ramp, it's going to just make it black and white. But if you do this, then you're going to have like all these tiny little stars with different colors. It's probably the better way of going about it. The other thing is that your entire sky is now just like one color. Let's do that. Let's see. Let's add in a Musgrave texture. And then if we change the scaling of this, you know what's funny is I never really thought about adding in shaders for the sky. This is new for me. I don't really do this. Yes, Connor, it was a sarcastic question, cries in. I use noise inclusive at all. Oh, like sarcasm, okay? I missed it. Okay, let's do it this way. If we added this like that, oh, this might be nice, guys. And then, by the way, oh, different color stars, cool. Didn't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just the only thing about color ramp is that like it makes it black and white basically, but it works really well. Okay, well, before we use a mix node, I'm gonna use a color ramp, and if we plug this into our color ramp, we can actually quantify the amount that we're going to get here. So let's do this, and let's do this, and let's just bring it down slightly. This isn't quite what I want. I almost want it to be waves. Sorry I'm late. Oh no, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just having fun here. 0.6, negative 0.6. Negative 0.8. Like that. And then if we just like increase the amount of black that we're viewing here. Whoops. Alright, that's good. And then from here, let's use a mix node. And then if we're doing mix color, which I just realized, if I do Shift A, mix, oh my god, yes. I just saw that like out of the corner of my eye, because that wasn't an option before. That's amazing. Okay, so now instead of this, it'll be white on white. We can change this to be black, and then this version right here to be a lighter gray. And then let's just do an additive. And then this will kind of like be the atmosphere on the bottom here. You can actually just make this blue now. And we can customize this through the amount of shading we do here. Wow, guys, we are getting into the nitty-gritty of node painting. Oh man, texture coordinating it, and then we can just scale it even, so that way we could get more of what we're looking for. The hard part is really seeing what you want and then like adding that in. It's like, damn, dude, I'm trying to find, it's like I need the matte to be like, this is the part that's like maybe is making it too annoyingly complicated. Oh, there we go. Is that better? Yeah, I mean, that's slightly better. I would say let's do this, and then can we scale the Z side of it? And then change the location of it. Boom. And now you've got an atmosphere. That was easy. Right? That's how you do that. Now you save that, and then all we need to do is add in a mixed color, and then we're just going to add on top of it this. So now we got our stars. I almost want this, if we just multiply it, let's do a math multiply, add that on top of that. We can just multiply, that way our stars are a little bit brighter. Excuse me. Now we got brighter stars on the background. Wow, I didn't know that you could get that nitty gritty into the shader. I guess I did know, but somehow I like it. I can do that. Like, you just get really into it. Alright, so that's good. Let's re-add in the clouds. First, saving everything, and then changing that back and forth. Because Blender needs you to reset your thing. That doesn't make any sense, guys. Alright. Might want to adjust the lighting here, though, because this seems pretty dang bright compared to the rest. Although I'll say this also. Let's add in a plane. I'm going to do this for kind of like purposes of lighting. Kind of like the idea of having this back here. Let's add in a new material, and let's change the alpha of this. How do you change the alpha? There it is. Something like that. And if I set the viewport, I'm not going to display it on the camera. Yes, save. All the saves. I'm just going to increase our visibility again. I think that'll be nice, because what's that? It kind of adds in a little bit more shading over here, shadows over there. We can even do that kind of custom ourselves. Let's also go back to our clouds and let's select one of them. We have all these materials. We just hit new. We can change the density of these as well to be whatever we want. I'm going to half the density on them. Just kind of make them a little bit softer, because right now they're just so dang like dense. Like if I increase them, you'll see how dark they get here. It's mostly because it's not letting as much light through on the render. But I kind of want this to be like 0.2 maybe. That way it fills the sky a little bit better and then just feels more majestical. And then we can even add in some shading and stuff like that that we want in like specific areas, like over here for instance, just to add in a little bit of depth to it. Let's increase the intricacy of it. And then let's go ahead and save. Something's just still not hitting me right here. I think that's like, I like that. It just feels like it's so cut off from the rest up front. Oops, let's delete that. I want almost to have this like further forward, and this is over top of our whole place. I think we're, yeah, it needs to be more like this. Just feel like it's just, there's not enough depth there. When do you choose to use Eevee versus cycles? Here's the thing. I am not the biggest fan of Eevee. I'm not actually the biggest fan of many real-time render engines, personally, because I don't know that they really deliver on quality as much. There have been jobs, and this is how it'll usually happen, is I'll be doing a job, and if they've got a really fast turnover, I will use Eevee. I just find that it doesn't give as good of results for lighting. And I love lighting. Like if you look at a lot of the previous renders that I've worked on and stuff like that, I feel like my lighting is the thing that I spend the most time on, the thing that I spend the most love on. So, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of how real-time render engines cut that many corners on the lighting. And that is something that will change. And I actually have not tried this new version of Eevee, which I hear they have made a lot of great changes to the lighting inside of it. And I'll be honest, I have not done too many jobs professionally that I actually used Eevee on, because in my opinion, the sacrifice is too high on the quality. And I tend to think it's better just to plan to have longer times for render than that. Although I am excited to see a lot of the new stuff that's kind of coming out with Eevee, and I mean, furthermore, I mean, the other thing is I try a lot of like different render engines as well, and I guess that's all that to say. Not a huge fan of real time in general. You need to be able to make a ton of adjustments with shading and lighting in Eevee to work well, and it will still look inferior. Yeah, that's my opinion, and it's only because it's not a physical based render engine. Any real-time render engine is going to have those problems, and Eevee is not different than literally anything else. Like, I don't use Unreal Engine. I'm not a fan of Unreal Engine, and that's for the exact same thing. So how would I bake the scene down for the best resolution so I could use it in Unity VR? That's a good question. I think if Lancey's still here, or Lacey's still here, I would ask them. They are working on some Unreal, or not Unreal specifically, but VR kind of stuff. I have not personally messed too much with VR. I have, however, done some game design stuff, but that's a little different. Yeah, sorry I can't give like a better answer on that. Most of the work I do professionally is visual effects and animation. So that's what I'm most qualified to talk on. Or use high resolution Blender scenes for 3.js. So how would I bake the scene down, or high resolution? Okay, 3.js. I mean, yeah, I just personally use high quality renders every single time I do anything. So yeah, let's add in. I'm gonna add in a ground plane here. But if you join our Discord, I'm sure you can ask all the questions you want about different render engines and you know, how to. And there's a lot of qualified people in there that can help you out with those different things. There we go. Plug for the Discord. Link is in the description. Boom, hit it, and make sure to hit that subscribe button. Oh, I got a comment earlier today or yesterday or something like that that was like, "Oh, you plug your channel too much." I was like, "Guys, I have 500 subscribers. If I don't plug my channel, then no one will." Like, you know. Sorry, I plugged the channel. Let's increase the wattage of this light in here, and then let's let that render over here so we can see what it looks like. Kind of just add some lighting coming from the inside of the place. I think we can avoid Just add in some light kind of on here. Oh, that might be a little bright. Let's decrease the brightness on it. That'll probably work. I do think we need some kind of light from down here. Not sure. Just something. And we can even add in like spotlights on the outside as if it's casting light onto it. That might be nice. If you need to do some toon shading style stuff, Eevee is the way to go. Or maybe, because I don't get the results for that with cycles true, it depends on like what kind of style you're going for. I mean, honestly, I do visual effects, so the styles that I work on often are more realistic, and that's why physical-based rendering is so much more important for me. But that might not be the case for you and what you're trying to accomplish. That's what's great about, like, I feel like Blender is it gives you a lot of ways or different like techniques in which you can try the different things that you want to do. And so honestly, man, I really want to get into Blender's like 2D looking style render stuff. Like I've seen some crazy things on that the last few years. Ever since Blender 2.8, I think is when they really started working on that kind of stuff. And that's something that I really want to get into just because it just looks amazing. And I love the idea of being able to create my own like anime in Blender. Like I feel like that would be amazing. Because I do not have the skills to do the hand-drawn animation. That's for sure. That takes a special skill. Let's go ahead and save that. Save it. Yes, grease pencil. Oh man, I tried it. Not grease pencil. Grease pencil. Not grease pencil, but I have tried different grease pencil techniques inside of regular renders. It's just, I don't know, man. I have to figure out, I have to like really dive into it because it's a little different workflow than I'm used to. Uh-oh, I might be frozen. No, I'm not. Okay. Save. I don't know why I didn't do that instantly after I thought I froze. You always have to hit the save button. I do think it would be fun to kind of make like an animated, like 2D animation. I have some scripts for stuff like that. I just, I need to dive into it and get really good at it before I really try anything else. Let's see. We're gonna go to Action VFX. It's me some assets. My downloads. I know I already have the stuff downloaded. I just don't know where it is. I don't want to have to find it. I have birds. I think it'd be cool to add birds into this. So let's find those birds. They are flying birds. I actually use them in my short film. Let's download. 2K is fine. We don't need 4K. And then let's see, import image. Ooh, why is that not enabled automatically? Images planes? How is that not imported? Why is that not a feature that's just automatically enabled? It's not even like an add-on in my opinion. Like this is just like part of Blender. Importing image as planes. Like how is that not just like a thing that already exists? Okay. Let's see. Where's my shader editor? There it is. Why can't I? Oh, that's whack. Okay, great. So the frames on this, starting frame, let's just make it like halfway through. And then let's just turn that off and then go into material view. I hit save like 3 times before I went to material view because you always know it's not going to work. And I don't need that stress today, okay? There's my birds. Well, they're there. It might be a little small though. And I kind of just need to adjust how many of them there are and the scale of them. I think we get the scale to be something like that. And now we just have birds in the scene, guys. You do this also with any 2D asset, obviously, so, you know, if that is something you need to look into, do it. Do it. I'm also gonna, we don't need the color from this, so we can just make that pure black, and then with the color ramp, let's add in a color ramp on this alpha. Oops. Let's add in a color ramp on the alpha. That's what I'm trying to do here. Thank you. And then just make this like really beefy on the contrast here. So that way if we needed it all, boom, you got it. Plug that into your alpha of your image. And now if you go back to your image here, we can go view it. Might have made it a little too chunky. No, we're fine. Boom. So there's our material. Let's go ahead and work on this rock material on this here, and then we can add in the snow on that. So let's go ahead and select it. New material. Mountain, and then I'm just going to call this close. Mountain close. And let's see. Polyhaven. And we need textures. The 2D style is a great idea when you get into it. I'm just trying to create some 2D mechs. Oh yeah. You know, it's just a really cool style. And I know a lot of people are doing it lately. That's why I guess I really want to do it. Although, let's be real, I think it's starting to become a bit of a saturated market. Everybody's kind of having a 2D film coming out these days. Like, I feel like once Spider-Man, the Into the Spider-Verse came out, everybody was wanting to do something in 2D, and then it just started to become a style. I mean, you got Puss in Boots, and then after Puss in Boots happened, you then had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then now we're having another. Well, they had a second Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse. It's not a bad thing that all that's happening, but I just think it's like, just because one person did it doesn't mean everybody has to do it now, you know? Like, I think, you know, we can take turns or whatever, or just try to create a new style. Like, why is it so difficult for everybody to, like, why does everyone have to copy everyone all the time? This rocky ground, I like, want granite of some kind, you know? Something that is a mountain. This is good, but it's the wrong color. I can always change the color part of it. It's a rocky wall. Mossy rock. You know what? Let's go with that. I like it. We will download it. Extract it here. It's just the bandwagon effect, man. One does it good and just the follow. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. It's like one person does it. It's like everybody has to do it else. Also, oh, do I already have Node Wrangler installed then? I do. Check this out, guys. This is what I learned a few weeks ago. Watch this. Oops. Control Shift T. You got your thing selected. You go back here, VFX materials, you open us up, textures, you select all your textures, you hit import, boom, it does it. Look at that, look at that, look, like it actually is professional. That's crazy, man. I'm still excited about that. Okay, what's the scaling like on this rocky rock? I'm probably going to turn clouds off just so we can see everything a little bit easier. And it's also often easier just to look at the roughness. You can kind of see, you know, what the scaling is like. What it would appear that everything is super rough. So let's look at like displacement. Or normals. There we go. That was weird. There's a lot of weird, like, buggy stuff going on. Like, and I don't know if, like, that's normal for this new version of Blender, or is it just me imagining things? Also, where's the material for this? Oh, is it because there's no UV? Okay, let's use generated. That's probably what the problem is. Yeah, that's better. I like that. That's better, and honestly, I'm fine with some of the areas it's stretching. It's not stretching too much, so that works for me. Let's go look at our principled now. Let's throw that back on there. That's good. I feel like that works really well. Now here's the cool thing we can also do is let's find a snow material that we want on top of everything. I'm thinking that's dry. Although it would be cool to have some spots dry. That might be a bit much, honestly. Let's see. Let's add this snow in here. I like this material. It's funny because I think we have this somewhere else. Material, yep, and 7Z extract it, and let's grab this texture. Now we're gonna do the same thing we did earlier, but we just want the snow to be on the top. So we can create a normal map. Oh, whoops, a texture coordinate. We just need to duplicate our texture coordinate that we have over here. How do I get it out of that thing? Fine. I don't want your texture coordinate. We will add in our own texture coordinate. Boom. Can't keep that away from me. I'm gonna hit the save button, and then let's go view this. So there's our normals, and if we grab in a normal, just use our trick here. Mix node, mix color, and then we'll do subtract. And let's take this normal and this normal here, and then boom, you've got that. Let's do a saturation on this whole thing and remove this saturation. I want the FAC to be all the way up. Now the cool thing is that's going to give us everything except for the top. So now all we have to do is just say invert color, and this will only give us the faces that are facing upwards, and not the side facing stuff. So, or at least it should. I just uploaded some 2D stuff I was trying to do on Discord, but it still looks bad. I'll check it out. I will check it out. I think this is just backwards. I think I'm just doing this wrong, but that still gives us an effect that I like. So let's just delete this and then use a color ramp tool and plug this into our color ramp, and then view our color ramp. Now if we decrease the amount, we're only going to get stuff that's kind of facing upwards here. And I guess it's actually not just facing upwards, it's facing that direction, which I think is part of the problem. I might have to apply the direction of, or the shape of this this mountain here, because I think that's part of the problem. So if I apply all transforms, and now we take this color ramp here, we can use a mix shader node. Stretch that over there. There we go. Mix shader, and let's plug this guy into layer and this guy into layer. And now if we view this mix shader, probably going to want a principled BSDF on the very top here that we can adjust later. And that's going to kind of be everywhere on the top. Might need to swap the two of these, honestly. I hate how you can't just swap that. That's really annoying. And like Nuke, you just press Shift X and it actually swaps the two inputs that you have selected on that node. Let's just see what this emission looks like if we increase it. Should just be that one section. Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to have any emission on it. Even if we do, because snow does glow a little bit, you can actually add a little bit of an emission to it. But let's get to that. So we have this principled BSDF in here now, and let's go ahead and add in the new materials that we want. So let's go to textures, and we're going to use our, well, that's normal snow displacement. This is the diffuse, and then we're going to use roughness. We're not using displacement, but we can use normals, and we're not going to use translucency. So we'll plug in the diffuse on this guy here, and let's just make sure that this is plugged into our vector all the way over here. I actually don't know how do you make a dot? Is that like a Shift A and then you just add a dot? Is there a shortcut for that? Need to figure that one out. If any of you guys know, let me know. Just plug the roughness in there, and finally the normals will go into our normals. Oh, that's right, it's up there. They changed it. Just kind of organizes a little bit better. I need this to be a normal map that gets plugged into it. And that's correct now. I'd probably set the strength to something like let's just see what this looks like. That looks terrible. Let's set it to 0 for right now. Hit save. And overall, I kind of just want a little more light on this mountain here. So let's add an area light. I'm going to take this and scale it up just like a nice big soft light. Set that to like 1. Just that's probably fine. I might even make it a little bit brighter, but like not too much brighter. Just kind of fill in that light a little bit. And then for our mountain here, do feel like the snow needs to be brighter somehow, and I feel like that might be the emission strength. So let's see, let's take this guy and plug it into color, and then let's set this to 0.4. That is not correct. We do have, let's see, we have the roughness, translucency. Let's take the roughness here and use a color ramp on it and plug the roughness into the color ramp. Let's increase the amount of contrast that we're going to use on this. Okay, and then plug this into that. I really don't like the way that looks. Like, I really don't. I'm not a fan of the snow we added, guys. Let's do this. Let's go back to this snow here without any snow at all. And then I'm thinking, here's the trick. We select this mountain, and then let's go to Edit Preferences and search for Real Snow. Just enable that. Let's go ahead and add snow in this way. This is probably gonna kill. It's gonna kill my computer. It's gonna kill it. But we're gonna try it. It's a very intensive landscape. Oh my god, it didn't. It didn't kill the computer, guys. Who freaking knew? Now, that's really thick, so probably not. Let's change the height here to be like 0.1 and reduce the coverage again. Save, add snow. This might have been the move anyways. You think this shut your PC down? Yeah, pretty much. It looks terrible. That's terrible. I'm not a fan. 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 Please don't make me use this. It just doesn't look sharp enough. It looks very rounded. Right? Is it because its height is too high? Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good computer, so I'm not gonna lie, like, that's why I get to use it. I wouldn't use this on my home computer. That's for certain. I could probably roughen it up with like a displacement map of some kind. It just seems like it's too thick. Like, look at that. That's thick. Is 0.1 the smallest it can go? Holy crap. It needs to be flatter. I just think it froze my computer because I opened it up in tab mode. That's the problem. It's not necessarily the amount of coverage that there is, it's the fact that it's just so damn thick. I am not a fan. And it's like I can't even scale it on the Z-axis because, like, That's so sad. I'm not a fan. Doesn't it look globby to you? Does it look globby? I might... If there's a... Ooh, wait a second. I have an idea. I have an idea, guys. Okay, so wait. That's fine. I don't like the globbiness of it. But if we do this... Let's select this whole thing here. Save it. Okay? And then use a shrink wrap. You could shrink wrap it to the surface. And that'll flatten everything like an insane amount. Or it should anyways. There we go. And that'll create all our sharp edges. Now after the shrink wrap, we will then add a solidify. And that can extrude it up a little bit if we want that depth. And so that thickness right there, we could do 0.02 on our thickness. Oh, that's too much. Let's keep it at 0.01. I think that works, guys. Adds that little extra-ness in there. Big brain, yes. Flatten it. Okay, the real snow add-on only let me go to 0.1 thickness, and I needed it to be like 0.01. Like, what the hell was that? Okay, and even less than 0.01, let's try even smaller. Just a smidgy. It doesn't need to be a lot. It's just snow. Oh, that's so much better, guys. 1 second. It's rendering. That's so much better. It's not even funny. Oops. So that's rendering out right now. It's a little hard to see. Not gonna lie. But I think it just adds that little extra detail. Ooh, yes, that's what we live for right there, that little extra clean detail there. And now we can just start doing all of this. Oh yeah, save. Boom, guys. Honestly, what are we at, like 3 hours for this render so far, guys? Come on. I should probably speed up here. I think I'm taking my time, and that's not good. Although we are getting like all those little details in there, and that's always nice. Okay, great. Back to the grind. Yeah, the shrink wrap was the move. Definitely worth it. Okay, let's see. For the stairs, we might have snow on the stairs later, but for right now, let's just add a material in so we can see it better. I'm kind of wanting, let's see. You know what? Maybe we stay the same as the mountain texture, right? Mountain close. Yeah. Let's see what that looks like. Mech in the making. Connor says save. Save. It's the ultimate goal in life is to save all the time, right? Constantly be saving. Oh man. Slowly incrementing this upwards, something like 0.0. Oh, that looks good. Just kind of a bit of a rounded edge to the bevel. Let's also add in a displacement on these guys. Hit new on the material and swap this over to something clouds. And from here we could do like 0.01. Before we do that, Let's add a subdivide surface on the after the bevel because we don't want it to chunk out too much. But now if we do a point, maybe not 0.1, but like a 0.03, it's just gonna kind of add in a little bit of character and texture to the stairs. I'm sorry, I gotta make this screen smaller over here. 0.05 even. I think that's good. Let's keep it like that, and then add in a subdivide surface after everything. I'm gonna keep this on 1, and then we swap that to a 2, and I think that'll just make it look a little more chunky. We might even want it even more. Just want it to feel a little more natural. Now we just shade smooth them. I think that's the trick. And then we added the material in there from the rock surface. I think also we could just select everything here and then just say smart. Oh, you know what? These are cubes, but I think if we did like a smart UV unwrap, that'll be probably best case scenario. And then if we go look at the material that it's doing, the mountain material that we did, it's using generate it, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna duplicate this and then call these stairs. I kind of knew we were gonna have to do this anyways. And this one we're gonna use UV on the vectors instead. That should give us better results. Kind of need this to be a material view. This is where real-time rendering is super helpful, is being able to see your textures and shaders in real time. Oh, see, that's so much better. Yeah. And then we'll need a little more light on these stairs because I'm realizing now, especially with us working on this, I can't see anything. So let's add in an area light overall. Probably need this to be like here. Then we set this to like a 1, and overall just kind of warm. I think that's good. Then we'll add in our candles. Let's do it this way. I have my downloads. I have candles in here. Let's see. How big do we want the torch lights? I guess this is more of like a torchy, small flame, windy flame. Kind of probably staying away from that. Let's use this small flame. Oh, this is good. Yeah, windy flame. We'll do that one. 2K ProRes. We'll throw this into our VFX materials. And since honestly we already have our lights in here, we just line everything up now. So images, planes, find our VFX material, and we will find our windy flame. Save. I don't know why I didn't save before. That was dangerous. And let's see, we're on frame 0. We need to offset this by a few frames. Doesn't really matter how many frames. And let's see. Save that again. Oh, that's right. The other thing is, we're not using principal BSDF. We should be using an emission. So we'll take the emission color and we'll plug that in there. And we can view that. Let's go and line that up just for right now. How big are these flames supposed to be? We have pretty small candles. Something like that should be good, right? And then I'm back. My PC decided to have a meltdown. Oh geez, what happened? What did you do? I'll add in a transparent BSDF here now as well. And then if we use a mix shader, you can use the alpha of that, plug that into the FAC, your emission into one of the colors, and then your transparent into the other. And now if we view it, oh, whoops, swap these. There you go. And that should just work. What are we thinking for the size of these flames? Oh, it just crashed. What? That's sad. I think that size is good there, right? Like, what do you guys think? I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Probably a bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. Also have technically the... There we go. Is that too big? And then like, I just don't have the small stem now. It's just like the candle is actually the thing holding it. So it's like torches now, rather. It's probably too big. Let's try it a little smaller. Let's go and save that. I'm going to go into material view here, or material preview, just to see it a little bit better. Yeah, that's going to be faster. Something like that. You know, honestly, that's probably good. Let's line this up though, 3D wise. And then selection to cursor, there we go. The only thing is, I'm actually gonna just duplicate the materials as we're going along here, because I don't want the offsets to be the same on all of these, so let's just do it this way. Why is that not working? What is going on here? Is this? $97, 106. Fine, I'll just delete it and import it again. I have no qualms with doing that. You can't make me angry, Blender. Oh, wait a second. Interesting. Did you just see that? Oh, thank you so much. Well, hello in India. How's everything going over there? What time of night is it? It's like, isn't it a 12-hour difference? It's like 4 in the morning. So the issue is that if I import this again, it actually not updating it. Okay, so windy 2K and adjust this. Or is it not adjusting it at all? I guess that's what I'm figuring out here. That's annoying. I need to figure out why this is bugging out on me. It should be updating the when the offset of this is. So flat, it's a movie. Let's just do a single image. No, it's not a single image. Image sequence. It is a weird glitch. Like I even tried importing it again. What it actually does, I'll show you. What it's doing is it'll actually replace the material altogether. So I think we're gonna have to be just happy. I mean, we know. It's annoying because we all know it's there. Damn, it sucks. You rotate this. It's just like they're all gonna look exactly the same. And this is really bumming me out. Oh, man. For right now, though, whatever. This makes me sad. I can rotate them so at least they look a little different. But I could also have done this in comp. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. Oh no. I think Blender's a little buggy on this version. I'll figure out what the next... What's the last stable release? Does Blender 4 have a stable release? I have to look at that more in depth. And then in Nuke we can maybe make some adjustments. I can maybe paint out the thing and then paint in a new one. For right now, we're just gonna have to live with it. I use 365. Yeah, I mean, I was using Blender 3.4 forever. Like, I just wouldn't update. But you guys, I'm just kidding. It's not your fault. I got some recommendations to try to update. So I was going to try Blender 4, which I've been wanting to use the light linking inside of Blender 4, which honestly I didn't even get to use it on this version, this render today. So, oh well. I feel like light linking is like one of those things that you only do when you're doing like very stylized renders. So it's not exactly for everyone. All right. Hopefully that's bright enough because I don't think I can even adjust everything now. Oopsies. Need that to be lined up a little bit better. Happy with that. So I think it works rotating them in different directions. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's fine. We'll live. Let's see if that crashes everything when I do this. It does not. That's fantastic. I'm going to say let's find stone material for this entrance here. Some kind of stone, not asphalt. Just something that makes it. Oh man, do we not have? What do we have? It's not brick, floor, wood, concrete, fabric, metal, roofing, rock. Is it rock? I need to be finding this under. Oh, this slab's actually pretty cool too. Find something that just feels like. I almost want something like hard, like this. You know what? We'll do this. I got an idea. I got a good idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I think it is. You guys will like it. Let's go ahead and download this, and actually I'm really excited about this idea. Okay, let's add a new material and let's call this stone entrance. My naming conventions are just like all over the place, guys. I need to standardize it, but no one cares. It's my naming convention. It doesn't matter until I can open up a Patreon and let you guys download the files. Doesn't matter. Okay, stabbed. Slabs here. We'll go to textures. I'm going to add in our displacement. Oh, sorry, our diffuse. Wow, did that add it? There we went. And then let's add in everything else. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. So if we look at the roughness specifically, we can add in a texture coordinate here and just change it from UV to generated, I think is the idea. And let's go and look at this roughness again. Now, we might actually even want to select everything in here and then just say Smart UV unwrap it. And then try UV. I don't think generate it was going to work for us. Cool. Perfect. This is great. Now, with this being said, let's add in a value node that we will, let's say, set to 3 and plug that into scale. That'll scale everything by 3 here. Much smaller. A lot better for us. I'm going to want this roughness to be a little bit more contrasty. So let's add in not a mix node, geez, our color ramp, and just make this like that. You see how like now we have like these white lines here? We can make really bright and very contrasty. I wanted to try something with this. Let's take our diffuse, and if we plug this into our principled BSDF, and then plug in the value of this into our mapping as well, we could actually use, without this contrast here, we could plug this roughness directly into our roughness. I want to keep this color ramp separate, so like move that all the way down there. And then let's also plug in the mapping into our normals, and this gets plugged into our normal on our principled BSDF. If we convert this to a normal map, I hear car honking outside. I just want to make sure that's not my car. It is not. Okay, great. By the way, this is a good time to remind you guys, subscribe! Let's get those numbers up. Now when we hit 500, it's like, I don't even, is the next goal 1,000, you know? It's pretty far off, so I don't know. But I am planning on some things that might help boost traffic. I have some tutorials that I've been working on that I wanted to start pumping out there for you guys. So that is on its way. So if we go view our principled BSDF, this is going to be our typical stone material that's going to be like right up here in the edge of everything. What I thought might be cool on top of that is if we had some kind of like emissive thing. So let's add in an emission shader. And I was thinking, here's my idea. We have this emission shader here. We're going to use this color ramp to basically dictate where that's happening. So we can use a mix shader thing, and let's plug this over here into that. This color ramp goes into there, and so now wherever this mix shader is, it's going to add the emission where the cracks are, which actually I put those backwards. I always forget that white is on the bottom for the how that works. But yeah, so now it's going to put the cracks there, and then the stone is in the other location of the image. So now we're going to have that. Now I thought what might be fun is if we get a kind of like a mix node. I'm actually first going to do a Musgrave. Let's go ahead and view this. If we view this Musgrave, we can actually change the scaling of it to be something a little larger. Something like that should be good. And then let's use a mix node for a mix color. And this is actually going to get plugged into the factor. And let's make this red. And then like make this red as well, but maybe a little bit darker. So now we've got like kind of like a gradient effect going on here. And we can adjust how much that gradient effect is happening by adding in like a color ramp. Just like add in a little bit here. I'm going to use this to say is it multiply, or actually I need to do add, like an additive or a subtractive kind of like thing? Let's go look at our color ramp here. A little too much. Something closer to that, and let's just make it a little more contrasty. Now if we go view our thing, you've got like this bright red areas and these dark red areas. Ideally, we just plug this directly into our color of our emission. Now we go view that, kind of have like this bright area. And what not working is image is planes, but works if you add it into image texture on a normal plane. That's a bug. Someone report it. Someone tell Blender. Alright, now I'm just going to make this a little bit brighter. Something like 5 might be cool. And then let's go ahead and view our mix here. And now we're going to have like these cracks inside of the entrance to the cave. How does that look? Should it be a little dimmer? I don't know. Maybe the cracks themselves need to be smaller. I like it overall, I just think the cracks are a little big. So let's go view our color ramp here. And let's just make less cracks. Yeah, that's good. Just the cracks are a little bit smaller, and then now that's nice. Let's let that cache a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. Now it's like an entrance to hell, you know? Like it's like a, you know, you know what it's a lot like? It's like a Minecraft Nether portal. Reminds me of the film Insidious. You know what? I've never seen Insidious. I've seen parts of it. I haven't seen the whole thing yet. But you know the trick with it is that it's not just a single emission color. It's this right here. You've got two different texture maps on top of it. And that way it's got like some randomness with inside of the portal light itself. I think that's really cool actually. I like that. It just now feels very square to me. I don't know. Like, save. I'm actually getting a lot of lag right now when I'm doing these things. Who knew? Who knew you could get a lot of lag? Thank you. Okay, we froze. There we go. F2. Okay, I'm gonna get out of edit mode because that's what's going on. Entrance to a Dark Soul dungeon. Yes. The final boss down this way. Welcome. I accidentally selected everything and I went into edit mode, so that was like why everything just froze there. Okay, this is, you know what? It makes sense that it's square, right? Because it's got these pedestals on it. What do you guys think? I'm gonna get your opinion on this. Do you think it looks too square? Looks too... You know why I started thinking that it looks too square is that I instantly thought of Minecraft. I was like, oh, it's like another portal. But like now that hurts my brain that I did that. Why did I say that? Not that that's a bad thing. I just feel like it just looks cheaper. I don't know. Last thing we want is it to look cheap, right? Let's do that, like that. Where is the focus on this? Like, are we setting it, like, the funny thing about Midjourney is it doesn't understand, like, depth of field sometimes. So is it this is in focus, or is this in focus, or is the moon in focus, or is these mountains that are like literally 100 miles away, are they in focus? Like, nothing is exactly in focus here. How does that look? What do you guys think? Pointy top? No pointy top? This is audience participation moment. This is the audience participation moment. This is your guys' moment. You guys are the artists here. I always have to make it look good in the end of the day. Oh man. While you guys are doing that, look at that. Let me know. What are we doing here? Is it too square? Do you like the pointy top? Do you not like the pointy top? I'm gonna look at some materials for the tower in the distance. You know what? This actually is a really cool material. I like it. I'm going to show you guys. This is the thing I'm going to pick for the material for the tower on the distance. Let's get that downloaded. You think it looks good? Okay, pointy looks good. I like it. I like the pointy version too. I mean, it looks a little different. Yeah, okay. And then now we can kind of add snow, maybe even into the walkway. I might add some snow to the walkway. Let's first tackle this whole thing. Let's save this and add a new material. Oh, we already have a material, tower base. Yeah, so let's go to textures here. I'm gonna just unzip it real quick and then we can add them in. 7-zip, extract to ruins. Awesome. I'm gonna just add it in real quick. It's so dark. Once you add like materials onto something, it just like instantly becomes dark. Just because the light just gets sucked out of it. Oh no! Yeah, I figured. Luckily it's not that hard to fix, but just keep that there so we could see it. I love this trick. I used to type in all the numbers into the scaling here, but it was such a pain in the ass. This, however, it's pretty cool because you could just drag it and it scales everything all up at the same time. You know, I'm thinking we can get away with right off to sleep. Great stream, but hey, thank you so much for joining. And I mean, I'll be posting this on the Discord after this render is done. So now that I have a Discord up, you guys will see this immediately. I just post them right under the show and tell section, or whatever it's called, the showcase section. If you guys have artwork that you guys are working on, please share it there on the Discord. Link is in the description. Also in the comments above, I actually posted as well. Yeah, I think here's the other thing. Let's look at the roughness here real quick of the tower. We might even be able to add in some like cracks and stuff to the tower. I think though, let's see. Let's bring that up real quick. I'm gonna get it really like almost nothing. And I think it's like if you get it pretty small, like this roughness here, let's see, let's go to like here. Could actually make that glow. By the way, what's some BTS stories from your short film? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. I think, what's like a good story to tell that isn't a bad story? We don't want to spread naughty things, okay? Let's see. I mean, I created the whole set myself. So I wrote the script in last September. And from there, it was like a really long process of creating the set. Because I basically did everything myself. I had my brother that helped me out a bit as well. But for the most part, I mean, he helped me move stuff, and then like I kind of built the entire thing from scratch. That was a very interesting process, especially the fact that it's like, you know, you only have so many materials and you don't have an infinite budget. So that I think there's some interesting things with like building the set and like making compromises that kind of like took place. But I don't know if that's exactly what you're asking for. But, you know, I will say this also. I was just shocked with how many bad male actors auditioned for things. Just because it's like, I would have thought that I would have gotten way more like good auditions than bad auditions. It's just, it seemed like there were a lot of really good females that auditioned and a lot of really bad dudes that auditioned. And I don't know why there was a discrepancy in that, but I mean, I got audition tapes from guys that they weren't even talking that loud. Like they were almost whispering their lines, and it's like lines where they're supposed to be screaming or yelling or something like that. And they'd be like sitting in their car with their phone out, going, "Yeah, so hi, my name is Connor, and I'm here auditioning for this part. So here it goes. Blah 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 blah, and da 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 da. And I was like, are you serious? That's like the audition you're gonna send? There was even people that like forgot lines. I to me was like, look, if I were auditioning for anything, I would have everything memorized. I would be like upfront with like however all that stuff. But that to me was interesting to kind of see. I think I accidentally just swapped everything. What did I just do? Just made everything glow, and I don't want it to all glow. Why is it doing that? Material preview doesn't do it. Come on. Let's view this. Color, I'm sorry, I gotta figure out this real quick. Why are we having issues? And then the mix shader. If we go view this closely, no, should just have like the red lines there around everything, right? Save that, go to solid views, save. I'm gonna go to render view while in this angle. Maybe we can get to the bottom of everything a little bit better. Oh, you know what? The brightness of the emission might be too bright. Oh, that's why. That's funny. I'm not even using an emission. That's why. Let's plug that into the color. That's one. And let's see. I'm gonna just lessen the amount. I kind of just want the small cracks. Not too much. I just like the idea that I actually really like what we did on the entrance here, and I want that on the building up there. The shoot was 2 days. It took 3 months to build the set leading up to it, and then it took, we had a few weeks for auditions and doing casting, and then when it went into filming, we did 2 days of filming, which was pretty quick because it's only a 10.5-minute short. So we didn't need that long of time, but we had about 2 days, and from there we went into editing, and that took about a month and a half, and then we did visual effects, and that took the rest of the year until August or August-September timeframe. I think we had a visual effects done of everything on August 28th, and from there on out it was kind of just like fixing things and making it slightly better. And we did that for like the rest of the year. I say we, it was me. I did that for like the rest of the year, and then we kind of went into sound on everything. We had an actual company called Juniper Post that did the sound on it, and then we did the color grade, which we had a company called Roush Media that did the color grade on it. So overall, everything kind of took about a year. We finished on like December, it was like December 28th or something like that was when we finished the color grade. And I finished the teaser trailer, and everything kind of like got polished up and delivered to us in the first week of January. and then I released the teaser, of course, on Wednesday. And that was that. Like, yeah, so it was a really long process to get everything here and good to go, but you know, we're finally done. So the reason why it takes so long to do like a film like what I did is it takes a lot of time to do period films. Firstly, also we shot on a soundstage, so every single footstep in the entire short is all just fake sounds that we added in Foley. So they have a Foley artist that sits there. It's like with the dirt bag type of thing, like all the dirt and like the shoes, and does all the sounds. And they make every single sound from scratch, just all inside of a studio. I'm kind of just adding a little bit of depth here because I want this side to be a little bit darker than this side, so that way it doesn't feel so 2D and flat. So I'm just adding in a little bit of light. Might even pop that up a little bit even more. Just basically adjusting this area light here. Might even be a little too, let's see. I want to make sure that this isn't like a bug. I don't see it updating, so we'll do that. But I mean, some of the fun things that we got to do on set was like, so all the CG stuff in it, there's so many full CG VFX shots in it. Like I took a Polycam, like the app, and then we 3D scanned all of the actors in it. And then after that, I took a 3D scan of the entire set, like everything. And then we were able to do any pickup shots we needed, because again, like when you're filming these things, it's like we rented the costumes. The costumes are from the same company that provides costumes for like 1820 or whatever that show is, and Yellowstone and all those things. So, you know, we had professional costumes that we only had access to for so long. And when you do that, it's like everything is on a time frame. We would film for 12 hours a day, and then the last day even, we ran out of time, and we went an hour overtime. And you know, so like when you do things like that, you gotta, you know, cut corners. So there were some shots that I even got removed. Like there's deleted scenes from the whole thing that will not be in the final film, and you know, that just happens. Like that's how filmmaking is, though. Like you set out to shoot something, and then sometimes it just doesn't make it to the final cut. So and we had a few of those scenes. Well, we had one scene specifically that got removed. And we even changed some stuff in ADR. So like ADR is audio dialogue recordings. And all of that stuff was recorded. We had lines that were changed. So we had to do some VFX for that kind of stuff. And then also we had, you know, just over the shoulder stuff that you would later change as well. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, once you get into the edit and then you start showing it to people, obviously you as a filmmaker are going to understand everything that goes into it. Not even that just goes into it, but that you understand like what the story is better than anybody else. And if you're trying to, you know, tell a story and somebody doesn't understand it, they may ask you questions. And that's when you start to go, oh, well, of course, I said it here. And you have to make those changes to make it so that everybody, when they watch it for the first time, they understand it as best as possible. Actually, the scaling is perfect. So wait, if I select multiple cubes here, like, oops. like this. If I select this, can I alt select it, and will that do it on everything? No. That'd be cool. I know, because that's what you guys were saying earlier about the lights. I was wondering if you could do it on like multiple different things. I'm going to need everything kind of added onto this. We'll just add a wood stick onto all of this. It's all the same. And then now, I mean, with the short, we now that everything is finished, the plan is that we're submitting it to festivals. So we'll see how that goes. I've never actually submitted something to a festival before, so I'm really excited about that whole process. Although I will say this, there are so many festivals out there. It's kind of crazy. So it's like really trying to research which ones you want to go to and which festivals are, you know, are worth it, and who's going to be there, and if it's something you can fly to or not, because like it's also very expensive, not only to submit to festivals, but also, you know, if you make it in, are you going to go to it? And then you have to fly there or drive there or stay there or whatever, you know? So it's a very interesting like process of like figuring out where you want to go. Okay, I'm thinking we're going to add snow onto this walkway here as well. I think everything is kind of finished so far except for that. So let's go ahead and take a look at it real quick. Again, we're going to just use this real snow. I'm going to even make the coverage even less. Let's do something like that. Save it and then hit add snow. Oh, that is a very small amount of snow. That's not as much as I thought it was going to be. Let's try again, but like increase it to like 50%. That's too much. Wow, what is the middle ground here? Honestly, I'm fine with the chunkier snow here on the walkway. Do you have an actor do the monster part, or is it just completely done in VFX? Yes and no. We had a guy on set that was a stand-in, and he was really good. Fantastic, actually. We recorded him later and did some motion capture data that we used the Rococo motion suit for, and we recorded all that stuff. Then later, a lot of the stuff he did, we actually changed to we changed it a little bit, so, or we added on top of it, but it was like a really good reference place to start everything out with. Definitely preferred it rather than having nothing, cold turkey animating everything. That would have really sucked. But you know, in the end of the day, it was very helpful to have something that you can use as a reference place. And he also did some great sounds, like vocalizations of audio. So and that was very helpful, because especially when you get into the edit. The other thing that's interesting, though, is that we used his audio for a lot of the kind of like test footage stuff, or not test footage, but more of like the what's it called, like the edit, like when we were using it in the edit, but later kind of redid everything in the final sound mix. So like for the most part, everything that we recorded with the actor, we ended up kind of replacing, although the motion capture stuff is all pretty original from the original takes. I just here's the thing about motion like motion capture and like Rococo in general, I suppose, is that it's not exactly 100% what you need. And I don't know, I didn't find that it really gave me exactly what I needed every time I was looking for it. So we ended up having to change everything. It's like, oh, did we just re-record the animation, or do I just go out and hand animate portions of it? So it turned into like just hand animating it rather than me needing to redo things. And that's just like the workflow in which we did it in. Oh, I want specifically this snow to be a little yellow. Shh, don't tell anyone. I just saw that. I just missed a wooden stick over here. Okay, what's going on here though? Why can I not see the clouds? Why did those disappear on me? That's interesting. How long have those clouds been disappearing? I just noticed the clouds are gone. And I don't know what happened. Might restart Blender just to see if they pop back up. Let's save that. I thought you had them hidden. No, they're visible. At least I saw them there. Oh. Let's load that in. Okay. I don't have them hidden. They're right here. This is the clouds layer. They're visible. The material. Oh. That's what happened. Interesting. And I don't remember what I had. I accidentally selected it and changed it to wood stick. I don't remember what the density was set to though, so let's like screw around with this until we get it to be what we want it to be. Although we might actually make it look better than it did before. I often find that's the case, like whenever like a mistake happens, you make it look better than it did before the first time. I think 0.1 looks nice. Let's try rendering this out and seeing what everything looks like together. I'm going to do one more thing. Let's do this. I'm going to, let's hide that. Hit save and find a cube. I'm gonna add a cube in. And you know the drill. Here, let's add a new material, and we're going to call this fog. And let's change this to a scatter material, volume scatter. going to change the viewport visibility to wireframe. The only problem is I actually only want this to really affect like this foreground area. I like the sky as we had it. Although actually, let's just see what this looks like. Sometimes you can find that you are surprised. See how well the clouds look with like all the fog and everything like that, because sometimes helps make it look a little more mystical. Everything is just so clear in this version here, you can't really use it as a judge of reference of like what you end up wanting. I just feel like it just makes it silhouettes this too much. I'm not exactly a fan of that. I think overall the fog is just a little too much. The density is a little too much. So if we do 0, 5, we half what we currently have. That might work better. Overall, I think that's good. Let's try this. Let's also adjust this light here. Let's bring it back a little bit and increase this to 5. And then same with the other side. I want to increase this to like 10. Just add a little bit of shading to the sides of the house. Or the tower, sides of the tower. Still might be a little too much fog. What do you guys think? Too much fog? I mean, it's hard to tell with it being this noisy right now without it rendering. But I'm mostly looking at the moon in the background. Since there's so much fog, you can't see the moon as easily. Which, I mean, overall, we could probably just multiply everything on the moon. Be a little bit brighter. Cool. I might just, the density is just a little high still, so let's bring it down a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And then overall, I think that's going to make everything bloom pretty nicely. And I like this moon now. Great. Well, that's good. I'm going to just save this right now. Let's go ahead and work on some render preset settings here. I'm going to go over here to our render. We're going to change this to OpenEXR multi-layer, and then we're just going to enable, where is that at? Passes, cryptomats, objects and materials. That's what we want. And then I think that should be good. I'm going to render this out at 50% resolution, as per usual, and this is rendering out with the new AGX color space, so I'm interested to see what that's going to look like inside of Nuke. I actually don't know what to tag it as inside of Nuke, so we're probably going to have incorrect results, which I wouldn't recommend on a production level, but for this render I think we'll live. I think we'll be fine. So let's just let's render this out, and then from here we can comp it. Because right now we are at a 4-hour live stream, so it's a little long. see, let's go look at this Blender render as it's rendering. Why can't I look at it? There it is. Looks like there's some weird clipping, and I think that's because the fog ends at a certain spot. So we'll just paint that out. Oh, it's gonna be annoying with the mountain on the left side though. Let's just fix that right now since we see it. Let's go to rendered view here and scale that up. Yeah, I think that fixes everything. Save, and then hit the render button again. You can see like the edge of like the end of your fog, so that's like something to watch out for. Just why normally I scale it to be pretty big in the back. Whoa. I got Nuke open though, so there's that. Alright, let's let this bad boy render. I'm not quite sure how long this is going to take. Should take like, yeah, a few minutes, so. Did that not fix my problem? Oh, I know what the issue is. It's the birds, guys. It's the birds. Let's go look at that real quick. We actually have the birds hidden. Yeah. All these bird layers. I'm going to disable the birds. We're just going to render it without the birds for right now. And yeah, we can add the birds inside of the comp if we really want it to. How do you make it so those bird layers don't affect the fog? Is it the volume scatter? Ray visibility volume scatter? Is that how we would do it? You might be able to uncheck this box right here. I don't really want to test this on stream right now. Can you show me how to make a potato graphic character model? A potato graphic? Like what? Like from like a PS2 game or something like that? Like a bad graphic? Or are you talking about like an actual potato? We can try that certainly on a render challenge in the future. Alright, yeah, that fixes that line issue that we have here. So now that this is rendering out, we have Nuke open, so that way once this is finished rendering, we can just go over to Nuke and start to fix things. I'm rendering to samples 4096, which, you know, you don't necessarily have to render your samples that high. I prefer to just have a higher sample rate, because why not? If you can, you can. Potato looking character or a character of a potato? I'm thinking a potato looking character of a potato is the answer to that question. Because obviously, right? So it's like a PS2 potato looking character of a potato. And you know, I was working on a game once where it was supposed to be like, it's back when battle royales were first really popular. I was like, oh, it would be really fun to have a battle royale of like vegetables. So then we designed this game where the whole thing was different kitchen vegetables. That this was back when, oh, do you remember watch Sausage Party, like the little animated film? We're like, well, what if it was like a battle royale of different vegetables, and you walk around with kitchen knives, and like that was your weapons of choice. And so when you airdropped in, it was basically like you were airdropping into a kitchen. You would find different like forks, knives, spoons, whatever, and then you would use those to attack other battle royale characters, other people. And like it was basically that. That was the whole premise of the game, was like different vegetables. So that's a potato character of a potato for sure, because it wasn't high quality and it was a potato. So oh man. Okay, so yeah, it was the birds. That's unfortunate that we can't have the birds in. I'm wondering if there's some secret to, oh, it doesn't affect the volume scattering. If we disabled that, I imagined it would probably fix the problem of whether or not it was causing that weird shadow inside of the volume scatter. Because essentially what was happening was light was trying to bounce past the screen, but since it was transparent, but it was also a plane that existed, it was being blocked by that, which is really unfortunate. Oh well. But hey guys, this render is starting to look really nice. I think once we take it into the comp and like really grade it and make it look really freaking cool, I think we'll be able to be where we want to be. Like the final little like cherry on the top. It just doesn't take forever to render it. Also, I find that adding like a little bit of lens distortion is the trick with like these things. It always just makes it look a little bit more real. And like grain, like a bit of glow also brings it to life. I thought Sausage Party was a kid-friendly movie when I watched it with my little cousin. Oh yeah, you should be checking the rating on that. But it's an anime film. Why would it not be a kid's film, right? Oh no, you didn't watch that with your cousin, did you? That is... Oh, wait a second. Is this saying that it's going to take 2 hours to render? No way. I believe it. Like, look how slow the sample count's going, guys. I think here's what's going to happen. There's no way I'm going to sit here for 2 hours waiting for this. And more than likely, it's not going to take 2 hours. It's going to take 45 minutes just because Blender's calculator doesn't work that great. I'm going to just finish the render off stream. It'll be done in like 45 minutes. And then I'll upload the final image. It's going to be on our Discord, so join the Discord. Link is in the description. Actually, let's just post it again. Wait, do I still have it? I don't. Yeah, Kung Fu Panda is a better option, by the way. But go to the Discord, check it out. We have that great little community that we just started, just opened up the Discord this week. So make sure to join that. Link is in the description under join the community. It's also above in the comments, which I guess I could go find it up here and then copy paste it. But yeah, let's just do that. Join the Discord, and I'll be posting the final image there, as well as to we'll be posting it to Instagram probably tomorrow. And yeah, but thank you guys for joining this stream. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys next week. New image. If you guys have any suggestions of what you guys would like to see, make sure to leave comments and prompts below inside of the comments. I always read every single comment, and I try to reply to every single comment you guys post, whether it's on regular videos, live streams, or even all the YouTube shorts that I post. But thank you guys so much for joining, and I will see you guys next week. All right, bye.